Hey, Proof. Good to see you. I'm sure it's some absolutely ungodly hour over there. But it is what it is. Yep, I am indeed doing well. I've actually got a impromptu long weekend because I'm going on a course all next week, and I normally work 4 days a week at the moment. So I swapped my day off around to this Friday. Unfortunately, most of tomorrow is going to be spent actually being a responsible adult. Or at least that's the plan. There is a hockey game involved partway through the day, so that might, excuse me, might not end up happening. But it is the plan. Hey, Ink. I still have not got round to setting up fucking add-on linker for MizFizz. I need to do that. So I've got to update, like, pretty much all of my aircraft for it. I at least updated the sim. And then get back into that on stream. I've got a few places I'd like to fly around. Those of you in the Discord may have spotted I took some cheeky screens just the other day and put them in the screenshot channel of a particularly interesting skyscraper in New York. We'll give it a few minutes and we'll hop in a server. I'm not entirely sure what we'll be doing this stream yet. Obviously starting out with DCS, but don't know, might stick with that the whole way through, might do some GHPC, I have no clue. Should also see if there's any like really good persistent sort of Space Engineers servers up that I can get back into. I mean, that's dangerous, that'll gobble up time like crazy. Space Engineers is a black hole as far as time expenditure is concerned, but it's been a while since I played multiplayer in it. That was actually the last time I played multiplayer, and it was when King Crab was running the server. And fucking Logan kept breaking shit. It was fun though. So, a lot of the Space Engineers screens that pop up in the slideshows here are from different servers that will run for the Something Awful Space Engineers guys. So, about 3 or 4 different iterations of Goon servers. Not to be mistaken with Gooning servers, which are a completely different thing. Also, the Just Flight Vulcan is now a thing in MizFizz, so I've got to get that. And once I get my MizFizz install defuculated, and I can start streaming that again, you can bet your life we'll do some Vulcan flying. I don't know if we'll do any long-haul Vulcan flying, but we'll certainly do at least one rolly Vulc. Chuck a nice big barrel roll over Farnborough. I just realized as well, because I just restarted my PC before the stream, I'm going to have to fix up my webcam settings. I always forget to do that before the stream. Always. Something I should note, when I do end up moving, which I don't know when that'll happen yet, I've got to actually find a place first, but when I do end up moving, there's a reasonable chance it'll be a downgrade in terms of internet, because a lot of Canberra doesn't have fibre to the premises, it has fibre to the node, and some areas it's fibre to the good luck you're not getting anything. So yeah, hopefully it shouldn't affect the stream, because typically the bigger issue is download speed, and that doesn't really matter for the stream, but yeah, we'll see how we go. I'm going to see if I can try and find a place with at least a reliable internet, because it really is a crapshoot in Canberra. But fingers crossed I can get something pretty close to what I got now. Because my net here is quite fast by Australian standards, and it only occasionally drops out for a couple of seconds at a time, which is like ridiculously reliable compared to a lot of people I know who are lucky to get a week without several hours worth of downtime. I love this song. Alright. Hello, my dudes. Give me a minute to configure the camera, because I am a pro streamer, and I totally come prepared to every single stream. Get rid of the low light comp so it isn't laggy. Get rid of the autofocus. And shift the white balance so it doesn't fuck up my green screen. It probably will fuck up as the lighting changes, but yeah, about there. I'll look like I've got a fucked up liver. I'll be a bit jaundiced looking, but it shouldn't cause issues with the green screen at least. Cool. Hello? Are you going to hook? Yep, okay, there we go. So, let's see. The teams are pretty close to even. Red's slightly outnumbered. We are on Syria again, because Red got wiped in pretty much record time on Caucasus. The Caucasus mission now doesn't have the Su-25 or the A-10, being that they were kind of late Cold War counterinsurgency pilled platforms. It also doesn't have the S-8 or S-13 rockets, as those were quite late developments too. They came along in the 80s. So people have been bitching and moaning because they don't want to shoot things with S-5s or drop bombs. Personally, I relish the not even opportunity, the forced incentive to practice bombing in the MiG-21, because I do it so rarely. I turn the gamer mode off, so it's not giving me help it shouldn't be. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at it. I'm very, very out of practice, but it's fun at least. Now, on Syria, we shouldn't have that issue. A couple of F1s on. Both 29's occupied. MiG-15 Chad right there. You know what? It's been a while since we've done Mirage. Let's do Mirage. At least until I get sick of flying it. So, my opinion on the Mirage fluctuates. When it came out, and also bear in mind the flight model's seen a few revisions over the course of its release. But when it first came out, I almost immediately concluded, alongside all the other members of Red 4 Experimental Testing and Research Department, that it was kind of dog shit as a fighter. It's good at intercepting and good at strike, but pretty useless in a knife fight. Now, I ended up kind of finally finding my groove with it A couple of weeks ago, I was flying off stream with Robbo. He was streaming, I wasn't. And I revised my opinion to, it's not a great dogfighter, but it's workable. And then I tried flying it on Caucasus, where it only gets AIM-9Bs, and I've swung back to, it's pretty crap as a dogfighter. It's not completely useless, but it's definitely not good. The lighter fighters are much better for it. So I think really what carries this thing is the missiles more than anything. And if you get it very, very light on fuel, it's quite nimble, but if you're very, very light on fuel, then you probably have bigger concerns than how good it is at dogfighting. So, yeah, I'm still... I don't know about the F1. I like it, I just don't know if it's really that great as an air-to-air platform. But it's challenging as an air-to-air platform, which is, you know, a virtue in itself. Okay, and now I need to remember how to actually turn the thing on. Battery, all of these, it's going to start squawking at me. Shut up. Ta gueule. Should have probably told it in French so it would understand me. Okay. Gyro platform, avionics bay cooling. That's really important. Don't forget that switch or bad things happen. Takan. Where did we spawn in? It looks like it's Basel al-Assad. Pretty sure this is Basel. Briefing. 6 X-ray. Arse. Okay. Okay. So, if you're wondering what I did there, this is the gun sight / HUD. Middle position is on, top position is landing mode. This one, I forget what it does, it's just, you want it on. I think it's the maybe cooling for the missiles, I don't know, just turn it on. This one next to the HUD switch is the fuel dipper. So when you fire a missile or rockets or whatever, that will dip the fuel flow slightly so that you don't choke the engine. You can fire them with that off, but I would not recommend it because the ATAR is a very fussy engine, and it's not the most pleasant thing to have to try and relight it in the middle of a dogfight. IFF isn't actually simulated, I just do this out of habit. You would put in an actual proper code anyway, instead of what I do. Distance units, there we go. Since this thing's instrumented in imperialism units, that's the reset for the generator. We should be good to go. Just drop flaps to one stage for takeoff, get rid of the parking brake. We'll just take off from here. We don't need the full runway. Hey Raccoon, good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. We probably want to close the canopy before I lose it. That might be a good idea. Get rid of the noticeable high gain, because if you leave that on, the Mirage is a bit of a handful during takeoff. She's usually a bit of a handful even with it off. Doing good, glad to hear it. Oh, that was a bit aggressive. That was nearly a tail strike. Whoopsie daisies. Need a little bit less backstick than the 21 when you're trying to get the nose to come up. Just a bit less backstick. Got into Misfits too, exploring it with career add-on by Neofly. Nice. Yeah, I've got to fix up my Misfits install so I can start streaming that again. So it's master arm on. Get the 530 prepared, radar to on. 130. 61. We'll get the compass set up too. Okay. I usually cruise at around 8,000 RPM in the Mirage. Even then, it's pretty quick. Doesn't have a lot of thrust. Like, its thrust-to-weight ratio is quite poor, even in full afterburner. But because it's such a slick design aerodynamically, it's basically a needle with wings. It does retain speed very well in level flight. Oh, that's going to annoy the shit out of me. Our 530 is very excited by the sun. Have to remember to turn that back on before we actually engage. So we don't get any of the radar-guided 530s in the CE. The EE in this mission has the 530F, which is the good one. The Super 530F, I should say, because this is also technically a 530F because France. But yeah, the problem with the non-Super 530, the R530, is that it actually overperforms quite severely. And the particular way in which it tends to overperform, coupled with the radar, which is like not even SC3 fidelity at the moment, unfortunately, makes this thing kind of absurd at killing things head-on. Like, if you think that the R3R is bullshit with how the 21's radar can magically work at low altitude, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm hoping it gets fixed sooner rather than later, because the actual, like, the radar and the missile and everything are fun to use. They'd be even more fun to use if they were, you know, the correct amount of shitty, but until then we can't have nice things. It does complicate air-to-air with this thing somewhat because, like I said, it's not really a great dogfighter. So you do rely on making slashing attacks on people from the rear quarter. I think the 530 IR actually does have a limited head-on capability, or like, I think you can attack from about a front 1/4 aspect, but I tend not to trust it very much. I also find the F1 very annoyingly difficult to trim to fly level hands off. Even more so than the 21. 21, once you get to about 900 kilometers an hour, it's quite happy. But this thing's just constantly chasing it. And the trim moves very slowly. Right, so basically at the front line. Nice big stutter right there. I don't know if you noticed it in on the stream. I sure noticed it in game, and OBS started yelling at me. Loading back in from the F10 map. The DCS F10 map is probably the most resource-intensive thing in the fucking game for some reason. 142 for 25. I do like as well that the HSI actually shows you the center line bearing of where your radar's pointed. That is quite a neat feature. This aircraft's generally well set up for air defense interception, but it's kind of crap for dogfighting as a result. There he is. Just got to be careful because I'm kind of close to Shayrat here. Oh, yep. Good call. 530 needs to go back on. 9x. Yeah, it's kind of the issue, is the 530 flies quite slowly, but it also turns up to about 16G, and the combination of those two things means it turns inside its own asshole. And the missile should actually take a while for the fins to unlock after it's been fired, but I don't think that's modelled yet, which is why it can make such sharp turns at close range. I'm not sure he's noticed me. Flanking left. I don't think he has noticed me. Maybe. Might be turning head on. Nope. He's really all an ass. That should get it. I might go for a flare. Yeah, I would have gone for a flare. And he ripped. F5 moment. Womp womp. Okay. Heading back out northwest, which is good. We don't want to get too close to the front line. Definitely don't want to be heading over their airfields. Got another one who's actually hot on me. 173 for 15. We'll commit on him. I'd rather not commit on him, but I don't think I'm going to have much choice here. Unless I run all the way home and drag him for Sam's. Which is a good strategy, it's just not very fun for either of us. I'm carrying magics, so if I can get roughly behind him, they're pretty good. Oh shit. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff here. Which one is he? two about to merge. He's probably the one that's closing. Oh shit. I think a 19 with an F5 behind it. No. It's an F1 in front of me. It's a 29 with a fucking F1. The 29 must have popped our F5. Or he's out of radar coverage. Oh, or he wing ripped himself trying to merge with me. That's possible as well, I guess. The F5 pilots seem to have reverted to monkey. They've been ripping constantly again. Like, just when I thought they'd learnt to not throw the stick around like chimps, I was apparently wrong. Had too much faith in them. Let's do it. 2,600 kilos of fuel, which is plenty. It's like, we've got about as much fuel on board now as the MiG-21 carries internally. In fact, we may still have slightly more. So, we can stay in the action for a while longer. I would say in a situation where you can actually third-party people or make slashing attacks, the F1 is quite good, because it accelerates reasonably well despite its engine being its weak point. It retains speed really well. The radar's pretty crap for knife fighting, but it does give you decent intercept cues at least, so it can put you behind someone. It's not bad. It's not bad. It just doesn't dogfight quite so well, because it's about 50% heavier than a MiG-21 BIS, or a MiG-19 or an F5. I think that's something people overlook, even more so than, you know, thrust-to-weight ratio, although this has a pretty bad thrust-to-weight ratio, similar to the F5. The actual overall weight of the aircraft's really important. The heavier aircraft might be able to maneuver well on paper, but the response is a bit, like, they're not as snappy. The F4 is probably going to suffer from that really badly, because the F4 weighs like 2 or 3 MiG-21s combined. It is not a light aircraft by any stretch of the imagination, so like it should be reasonably maneuverable on paper, but in actual practice, it'll take a while to point its nose. You might be able to do it, but it'll take a while to get there. Kind of like the F1, but worse. That's my theory. We'll see how that bears out in practice. $50 miles, jeez. Fair ways out. Tell you what I kind of want to play again as well. Don't know if I'd play it on stream, but I do want to play it again, is Welding Conflict. That was such a good game. I didn't play the multiplayer very much because the community was toxic as fuck. But the campaign was really, really fun. It was a really good game. Blues really aren't too keen to engage today, by the looks of it. Really hanging back. So I'm throttled back pretty far. 8,000 RPM is quite a ways back on the throttle, especially in the physical throttle on the aircraft. But it's happily cruising it a little past 400, 420 knots, Mach 0.95. It just doesn't care. Once you get the speed, it holds onto it. Hey, Chocolate. Cheers for the resub. Good to see you.
Ross throwing it back.
The main thing getting thrown back so far has been F5 pilots with their sticks, shortly followed by their wingtips. Yes, they are still doing that. Somehow. Did Blue just mass disconnect? No, there's a bunch of them on. I don't know. Oh, probably because we have crappy radar coverage, hey. Wonder if we have any AWACS active. Probably not. What I might do... It's not going to reference because I'm too fast. There we go. We've got to throttle back even further. So above about 0.92, the autopilot will not fully engage because, you know, the pitot shock is kind of fucking with its ability to figure out where you are, how fast you're going, what altitude you are, so that's why I just had to pull the air brake to get the altitude, or the altitude hold to engage, and it's flashing now because I'm going too fast again. So we'll just bring the throttle way back. Got to remember what the commands are. It's like... Probably says somewhere in chat. Help for commands. It's probably like AWACS. Doesn't show it in that list. But yeah, I think it's AWACS. Maybe not. I think it's 10 points for an AWACS, right? Does anyone in chat remember? Is it in briefing? I don't really want to tab out and start reading the FAQ while I'm flying. Also, the command to bring in the A50. Also, my map symbology has disappeared. Maybe the server's restarting, or nope. Nope, just DCS being DCS. It's hyphen AWACS, right? Is it case sensitive? Oh, no, you don't put it in chat, do you? You put it on the... No, you do put it on the in chat, and then it goes on the map thing. Request, right. Request. There we go, I see. I remember now. Do this, and then you put the marker on the map. I said, then you put the marker on the map. And then you do that. There you go. Cool. Now we should have some degree of situational awareness, and it looks like it's already broadcasting for us. Nice view up here, hey? We're still sitting at 2,100 kilos of fuel. So it's probably about 2,400 litres, 2,400 litres, depending on what the fuel fraction is. I don't actually know how much the ATAR consumes in full burner compared to an R25-300. I suspect the R25-300 is the thirstier of the two engines, though. It's the more powerful of the two, but also the ATAR is comically inefficient, so maybe it is the ATAR. Either way, we can stay in the air for a while longer. We've probably got one more fight left in us. If somebody will come fight us, otherwise we might just rearm and refuel. How many points do you get for killing a AWACS or a repair or whatever? Is it the same amount per support, or does it vary based on what the support is? I've yet to kill one. I tried to bag a C-130 the other night, but I never ended up finding it. I think somebody else got it. Three, 4, 68. They're staying way down in their own territory. Oh, it was Ligma that said it? Okay. We'll steer about 120 and level off again. So one thing to note with the Magic Ones, they actually have quite a narrow engagement envelope. They've got about a 63-degree angle off either side, so that's, what, 126 total that they can engage. The AIM-9Ps of all varieties, AIM-9J, all of those, actually are better from a side aspect. They can all make like 90 through to 120 degree shots. So the late model 9Ps are almost their front quarter aspect. The R13s are 90 degree. They probably shouldn't be, but they are. But the Magics have quite poor, quite a poor envelope, but they can steer very well. They're kind of like a fat R60. They turn very aggressively, but they're kind of short-ranged. So if you want to kind of make longer range slashing attacks, third-partying people in this, the 9Js are probably the better option. But the Magics go for the extra style points, I think, and they just feel more correct on a French jet. There's a couple of them up at reasonable altitude, 10-15,000 feet. I mean, that's still only medium altitude, but it's a lot higher than you usually see them flying. Go ahead and turn that off since we've already shot our torpedo. For 51. They're all way out in the distance. I mean, I know I flew most of the way to the coast, but still. 555. Which is like... We're flying over Alcacer. Gonna box around it a bit. Don't really want to directly overfly an airbase. Just keep an eye out for Roland launches. 24. He's going to be pretty far down in the clutter. I'm not sure the radar will pick him up. It does overperform, but there's still a limit to its overperforming, if that makes sense. Still kind of a piece of shit. Just not as much of a piece of shit as it really ought to be. $17 miles. Angels 4. 127. Fuck. There you are. Come on. Come on, you piece of shit. There we go. And I don't see him. We would have merged, but didn't see where he went. $156 for 2. He's quite high up. Probably went vertical-ish. Sun. Don't want to turn too hard and burn all my energy. So we're 1/8 for 2. Probably trying to drag towards his airbase. He's dragging to Alcacer. Didn't realise I was that close to it. I'm gonna die here probably. If not to a Roland, then to the ground. Yep. That was stupid of me. I still feel like I have absolutely no situational awareness in the F1. If I don't see them at the merge, I'm pretty much screwed. Like, on paper, it has reasonable visibility, but in practice, it's actually really bad. Really, really bad. I would much rather be in the MiG-21 in terms of, like, in a merge. More responsive, can see what's outside a lot better. But we're flying this because we want to actually get good at it, not because it's easy.
Request rearming.
I should actually learn how to set up a Mode 12 transponder, or not a Mode 12, Mark 12 transponder properly, considering the Mirage 2000 now fully models the IFF, but haven't got around to it yet. Explain the HUD switch again. Okay. It's this one, the top left of the weapons panel with a little white box around it. Down position, A, Are, off. Middle position, M. Marche, on. Marche or Marche, I forget which. But that's on, that's its normal mode. And then the top one, the V, is the, it's like the declutter mode, which you use for landing. I think it has other uses too, but it's primarily for landing. So that gives you a flight path vector, which is the orange dot that would normally mark your target. This is the aircraft waterline. This doesn't move, remember? And then the gun sight becomes your, it's a reference for where you point the nose when you're trying to land it. I think you use that combined with the flight path marker to figure out your angle of attack, like whether it's optimal or not. I just eyeball it. Like, I'll put it in the right mode, but I'll just eyeball it. Okay, we WAD 2. They're not going to have armed me because the canopy wasn't cracked, so... No, 9 Jace. Magic. Torpedo.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Yeah, probably.
Copy.
Because when you're in the landing mode, it shows you the flight path vector. But in the normal mode, that would be your target marker. Like, that would appear on top of whatever the radar's got locked. How do you crack the canopy? You put this little dude down, so let's open it fully. So when it's open fully, you put this little guy down, then you bring it down, it'll close all the way, and then you just click again to open it, and it'll stay there. In the Mirage 2000, you click this, not that way. You can't even do it on this one. But in the 2000, you pull this back to the descent position, and it will, the canopy will kind of just hang there on the hydraulic ram. And so on the 2000, you either click and drag, or you scroll on it to drag the canopy down, and unfold this, and then pull it down, let it go back up a bit, and it latches. The 2000's canopy is quite cool. They've got like a whole little physics system working for it, but this one's a bit simpler. Okay, we should be rearmed by now. Don't forget the pin in the ejection seat and the parking brake. The high gain nose wheel steering on this is incredibly high gain. It's very sensitive. So especially once you're already rolling at a reasonable clip, you don't want to be kicking the pedals all the way over. It will automatically disengage if you overcook it, but if you've got enough speed, it won't do it quick enough to stop you from tipping the plane over. So we're going to turn that off now. We're going to bring that down, lock and seal, get that little fella out of the way. We should have one stage flap already. The light's kind of glaring on it, but yep, one stage flap. Oversteer. Okay. Let's feed it a little bit of right stick, because I think we've got a crosswind here that's kind of putting us up on one wheel, and that's why we're drifting so much. Oh, maybe a little too much stick. Or up. 30 miles? Jesus, there's one actually quite close. That ticking sound you can hear speeding up and slowing down with the throttle is the fuel flow counter. In real life, I very much doubt you'd be able to hear that at all, but it is a handy little hint in-game of what you're doing fuel consumption-wise. You could just look down at the rate counter, or like the flow counter as well, but... Totalizer? Yeah, totalizer. Don't know if this thing has a flow... Yeah, it does there, I think. That's the flow rate. 121 for 30. He's on the deck, cold, so we might not pick him up on radar. I also finally remembered to update my bot auto timer messages. It only took me how many months? To 728. I suspect they're just going to drag us back to Aldumer and try and get the Rolands to do all the work. I'm not going to say that, like, oh, that's cheap or they shouldn't be able to do that. Like, that's a perfectly legit strategy. It's just a little unfun sometimes. I do it myself, though, so, like, I can't really criticize. Many a time when I've been flying the Su-25, I have lingered around friendly SAMs and just sat there cackling as I watched F5s get deleted by them. One of the kind of unfortunate things I was hoping that, you know, wouldn't end up happening on the server, but has, is people have got really sweaty about things like that. It's just dumb. Like, if they're lingering around over their SAMs refusing to engage, good, get in a ground attack aircraft and go bomb their shit. They won't be able to do anything about it. People would rather complain that the other guy is somehow not playing fair than, you know, adapt. It's one thing where they're exploiting something, but it's another one it's actually a legitimate strategy. Flight 0 for 22. Okay, there's water over there. That's not Alcocer though, that's a small lake. That's probably the outskirts of Homs. The actual lake is on the other side of Homs, and then the airbase is just beyond that, so... Just gotta keep an eye out for that lake, and avoid getting dragged over it again. I don't remember offhand what the ceiling is for the Rolands, like the maximum altitude they'll engage you at, but from memory it's probably like 15,000, 20,000 feet. Maybe a tad higher. This guy's turned on us. I think that was him for a second there on the radar. We got that selected, we got it armed. That's the lake. 105. He's still reasonably low. Don't see him. .365. Six miles. Got a hit on the radar. Probably not going to be able to acquire it. So give me a kind of sketchy aspect. So a full 1 for 5. If he gets much closer, we can just use the close combat telemeter mode to pick him up, but we don't need to, because I'd say that's him right there. No IFF in the F1, it's just eyeball only. Well, there is IFF transponder, so you can answer to friendlies, but there's no interrogator. He's already flaring, so that might miss. It's also heading towards the sun, so it probably will miss. Nope. Chalk one up for the torpedo. He could have dragged that into the sun. I'm not sure why he didn't. Maybe he just didn't think. It's one of those things. It sounds like a great idea, but when you're actually under the pressure of having a missile shot at you, your brain isn't working, so... Very easy to sit here and play the role of peanut gallery, but I know for a fact if that was me, I wouldn't have thought to fly at the sun either. What's that? Oh, it's the flaps. We have the combat flaps extended. They're automatic, so we can just leave that out. However, the combat flaps are not something you want deployed at low speed because they kill your energy retention. You won't get any back, so... He was really close, wasn't he? Like, fucking 3 miles or something? 8 miles, 013. .11 miles now. So he's flying away with some speed. So 15 mile scale. Should pick him up. I am in burner as well, I should probably not be standing on that so much. 027. Oh, hello? Hello? Hot, so he's on me. That was him there. Shit. Like I said, the radar's overperforming compared to how it should be, but it still isn't infallible. It's still quite finicky, especially with stanky aspects near the ground. That looks like an F5. Kinda. It's like 3 pixels. Now, the magics don't cage to the radar like the 530 IR does, or at least I think the 530 IR does. You need to put the target basically at the top of the HUD glass, at least from the default head position, so about there. Is that him? He's off the radar. Fuck. It's in the right spot, but I can't quite tell. Contact's friendly, never mind. He must have bagged our target. 25-50 kilos of fuel, so we've got about a MiG-21's worth of fuel on board still. 2,700 litres or 2,800 litres internal fuel for a 21 bis. And the fuel fraction's probably about 0.8. So yeah, about 2,800 litres on board. 090. I'm really bad at maths, by the way, so if that number's off, don't at me. Zero 82 for 16, flank left, low, on the deck essentially, it's a Skyhawk. Skyhawks are bastards to kill because they're so rolly. They don't sustain a turn very well, they can point their nose pretty well, but they can't sustain it. But man, the roll rate's just insane. They're really hard to stay behind, especially in something that doesn't roll that well, like a Su-25 or a MiG-15. Hello, buddy. It's a 21. 072. For what distance was it? 19? I can't read. $10. 058 for 10. Flank left. It's probably below our radar. Oh, there we go. There's terrain kind of in the way. That's probably why I can't pick him up. That'll be him. Probably. Well, we do have a 21 with us, so that will either keep him occupied or give me somebody to bail me out when I inevitably fuck this up. Okay, yeah, this is our Skyhawk that we're turning into. There he is. Hey, I actually visually spotted him this time, and he's reacting to maybe me, maybe the 21, I don't know. I don't really want to get slow enough to follow that. We'll go vertical. He's carrying a fair bit of energy, so he can stay in the vertical with us for at least a loop or two. Please don't gun. Oh, I've done that. You gotta be careful what your weapons are set to in the Skyhawk, because if you've got it set to salvo mode because you were just bombing something or rocketing something, it will yeet both your sidewinders, or all four of them if you're carrying 4, in one go. Oh shit, that was really dangerous. I should not have done that. MiG-21, save me! I'm about to get gunned by an A4. That's the 21, I think. I don't see where the Skyhawk went. I think he might have overshot. Yeah, I think he overshot and broke off. Or the 21 bagged him. .177. Oh, he's still up. 21 didn't get him. .276. Fuck, man, this canopy. It's for 5.9. It's behind me. Oh, for fuck's sake. MiG-21 just leaves. Slow. I should be able to outrate him, I think. I'm just a little slow. I think he's out of missiles. I hope he's out of missiles. Okay. 21 finally bagged him. This thing, especially when it gets light on fuel, which it kind of is now, it does rate quite well. You want to hold about 400, 450 knots in it. So I was way slow there. What a year. friendly, most likely. It's below me. Let's go give it a sniff. Yeah, it looks friendly. Right, we should probably RTV. I'm a little concerned by the fact I can't see mountains. No idea where we are. We're probably like way over the east side of the map. We've got enough fuel to make it home probably, as long as nobody chases us, but it's going to be a bit of a trek. Shit, there's a tomcat coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't want any of his business. Also, the music bot stopped, so I'll have to fix that in a second. Let's get myself established. We'll head probably 300-ish. Actually, let's make it like 320. Just so I can get some more separation from the front line. We'll cruise at... yeah, like 8,000 revs. Still not picking up the TACAN again, so it's probably the line of sight's blocked. Once we get high enough, we should pick it back up. Okay. Okay. That should be the lake there, so Homs should be there. Aldemir will be somewhere there. I think. Oh, there we go. TACAN's back. Oh, it wants me to head west. Okay, maybe I am actually further north than I thought. Whatever. Don't know why I even disconnected that. I think you can just move the stick and it'll reconnect once you stop putting pressure on it, same as the 21 should. $70 miles to home and 1280 kilos of fuel. Me? Me what? Can move it using the AP disengage. Oh, right, okay, you've got to hold the lever to do it. See, in the 21, if it was as it is in real life. Hopefully it'll get updated at some point. But in the 21 you just move the stick because it's got micro switches around the, like, between the stick itself and the stick base, the stick extension. Same with the MiG-23 and presumably the MiG-29, so all you do is put pressure on the stick and it'll disconnect. So you can move the stick wherever, and as soon as you release the pressure on the stick, it'll reconnect the autopilot and it'll attitude hold wherever you point it. It's quite a cool system. Getting kind of fast again. You've got to really cruise throttle back to stop the autopilot throwing a tantrum. Also, I should probably turn that off instead of the test position. How's DCS going tonight for you guys? I got myself shot down by SAMs once because I got greedy. I made 2 F5s kill themselves by ripping their wings, I think. And then we bagged one with a torpedo, an R530. I nearly got killed by a Skyhawk. Thankfully, he was as incompetent as I am, so my MiG-21 buddy took him out for me. That might be my AWACS there. That is my AWACS there. Okay, I know where I am then. So we're actually, yeah, we are pretty far north. That's Hummer there. So, Homs should actually be further down. No. Yeah, Homs should be further down. Homs is south of Hummer, right? Let's check the F10 map just to sanity check myself. Yeah, okay, so that's Alcusez to the south. Oh, I thought that looked a bit big. That's... the thing I was looking at is not the lake by Homs, it's the fucking, you know, Altabka Dam. That explains a few things. So we're quite deep in red territory. And yeah, that's where I called my AWACS, right there, just north of Hummer. Okay, cool. Good to know. About to get blown to bits by SAM sites, possibly Patriot sites. Ooh, nice. Have fun with that. The old wrong body of water trick. Yep. I've got to just about bring this thing back to flight idle to keep it below Mach 0.95 at this point. That's impressive. It's like when you have the target mixed up at the primary school, many such cases. That and the orphanage, you know. Maybe a hospital as well. Tackhand's obstructed by terrain again, but it's fine. We're pretty close by now. Yeah, that justification works. Just say there's tunnels. I feel like the reason they're going so hard on the tunnel narrative is because they figured out that the thing that scares the Americans the most is guys with flip-flops, an AK, and a dream that emerge from tunnels. Because that's the only enemy that the US has just consistently been fucking mogged by. No, doesn't like me doing that. Oh, maybe I was holding the wrong thing. Okay, let me check this. Ah, I think I got that bound backwards. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So what we'll do is we'll switch the hard gun sight, whatever you want to call it, into the landing mode. It's worth pointing out, if you've got a weapon selected, the gun sight won't appear. I think the flight path vector still does, but the gun sight doesn't, or like the reticle doesn't. The reticle, I think, is used as a reference. Like you put the runway on that on the way in, or something. I don't fucking remember. There's a specific reason it displays this way, and you're meant to raise your seat, like in the 2000. I don't bother. I just eyeball it. We'll bring it back to flight idle and just coast it down. The air base is actually right over there. So we might pop out the air brake and just do one of these ones. This thing really aggressively pitches. It does have the Arthur system, which is basically a French ARU, but it's very sensitive. It's the way it's set up is very, like the response curve is very interesting. When this module first came out, there was this really weird, like, dampen filter on the pitch controls especially. Like, you'd pull your stick, your actual physical stick, and you'd see the one in-game slowly catching up to it. They seem to have fixed that, and now it's really snappy and responsive, like, to the point where I kind of am at risk of yeeting myself into the trees at low level. Certainly an interesting plane to get a feel for. It's very different to the other stuff I fly in a lot of ways. We're still fast. We're going to be 300 knots for combat flaps, I think. Or like takeoff flaps. 250 for... No, 350 for combat flaps. 300 for flaps. 250 for gear, I think it is. Something like that. Or 220 for gear. So we've got to bleed off a bit more speed. There's the runways. Drop one stage flap now. We're probably a little low. That's alright. I'd just approach a little faster if that's the case. Not like we're doing shit properly anyway. Okay, 250 gear can come down. Full flap can come down. We'll put the power on. The response, like the throttle response time on this engine is atrocious. And also it doesn't produce a lot of thrust, especially at low speed. So you really want to be landing with power on in this. You do in most of the Cold War aircraft, even like the MiG-21, you need power on for the blown flap system. 19, you need power on. But this thing in particular, you really don't want to be cutting power until you're on the ground. If you need to dump speed, you just tickle the air brake. Oh, I remember now. You want to put the flight path vector on the Pipper. That's how you do it. That means you got your optimal AOA. You can see there it's in the green band at about 10 units. Yeah, that's how that works. I remember now. That is true AOA, actually, from memory, so that's 10 degrees AOA. One of the interesting features of this aircraft is it has a fairly advanced central air data computer. Don't think it was fully digitized, but it's actually got an inbuilt calculator to figure out the true angle of attack instead of the indicated. Whereas most of your American jets, even through to the 80s and 90s, were still running off indicated, and all the Soviet jets were indicated, not true. Because the relationship's not linear is the right way to describe it, but it's not very easily predictable. It's something you need some equations and some mathematical ability to figure out. I know I'm stanky angle to the runway. I'll straight now once I'm closer. I'm just trying to hold the AOA. We'll go for the right runway. Since I'm actually on speed for once in my life, I'm not going to bother with the air brakes. Normally in the F1 I'd land with the air brakes, at least, you know, kind of in the final flare. But we don't need them here. We're way crooked. We'll just kick it over. And then cut power. There we go. Certainly not the tidiest landing, but it gets the job done. Shoot out. I'm so used to looking up at the MiG-21 periscope to see if the chute deployed. Can you tell what I usually fly? Alright, we'll bring the flaps up one stage so they're ready for takeoff. We'll pop on the high gain steering. We will pull her off the runway onto the cross taxiway here, and we'll ditch the chute once we're clear. And we'll just have to hope that the chute ditches, because I can't actually check visually. Can't see it. I think that should drop it. Cool. Shush.
Request refueling.
Well, we survived a sortie, so that's something.
Request rearming.
Now, when you want to reset the takeoff trim, it's already more or less reset. This doesn't have like a, you know, a magical button you press to reset trim. What you're looking at is down here. This is your trim. Pitch, roll, yaw. Pretty simple. As opposed to most aircraft I fly, where it's just a light that comes on when the pitch is in, or when the trim's in the neutral position. If you even get one for roll and yaw, usually it's only just pitch. So I'm spoiled here. It's a luxury. So we've got credit for that F5 I popped with the torpedo, but we've killed 2 more at least, because I saw one rip during the merge with me, and I made another rip by, I shot a torpedo at him and he tried to evade it a little too hard. F5 moment. I never bring the extra fuel, like the drop tanks on this thing, unless I'm expecting to do like a long-range strike mission or something. You really don't need them on the F1. It carries a considerable amount of internal fuel, and it doesn't burn it that fast. And you don't want to be heavy with fuel when you get into a fight anyway, so... I see people frequently with the belly tank. I wouldn't. I would not do that. I see people occasionally with all 3 tanks, which is just insane. Completely insane. But yeah, I just about never carry them. There really isn't a need to. Put it this way, if you find yourself running out of fuel in the F1 frequently enough that you think you need tanks, you're either getting greedy and staying in combat way after you should have gone back home, or you need to get the fuck out of the afterburner and climb. The biggest reason people in DCS, particularly servers like this where the player base tends to be more casual, the biggest reason they say things don't have enough fuel or have short legs is because they're flying 3 feet off the ground in full blower the whole time. Like, yeah, anything's going to have like 10 minutes or less of fuel if you do that. Like, you could fly the Strike Eagle on the deck in full blower and you'll run out of fuel even faster because the feeder tank can't refill quickly enough. If you fly at a reasonable power setting at a reasonable altitude, the MiG-29, for instance, which is renowned for being thirsty, you can get 1,100, 1,200 kilometers range out of that, quite happily. I ferry flighted that thing about 500 kilometers and then had a couple of dogfights and still had enough fuel to land at a frontline airbase. It really isn't as bad as people think. The biggest problem I have with running out of fuel is I'm a dipshit and I overcommit to fights when I really should be heading home. That's the issue I have, and it's purely a skill issue. Low-level strikes, that's why you fly a high-low, high profile. We'll backtrack it. I just want to make sure I don't backtrack into somebody's face. We'll backtrack up this one. From memory, Basel doesn't have any actual like taxiways that run the full length of the runway. So, love the phallic tanks on the 2000C. Yeah, the supersonic tanks. I quite like the MiG-21 fuel tanks as well. The 490-litre fuel tank in particular just looks really cool. The MiG-15, the externals on that, at least the smaller ones, I think the large ones too, they're kind of like the Mozzie's drop tanks. They fit over the wing, or like, you know, they conform to the wing. Yeah, they're quite cool. I forgot to set the most important counter in the jet. This is for the number of times I've got myself killed doing something stupid. It's a dual purpose counter. I'll either use it to count the number of times I've died because I did a stupid, or the number of F5s that I've made them rip their wings. We'll use that as a Ross stupid counter today. What that actually does is it sets the delay, I think, for the gun sight camera. Fuck, that scratched to shit. It's probably from, I guess when the pilot model's in, that'll be like where the clip sits on his kneeboard or something and it scrapes up against that. Alright. We'll chuck a UE. Just make sure we do it at a reasonable speed so we don't tip over. The F1's got quite a narrow wheelbase and it sits fairly high up, so it's very, very prone to tipping. The MiG-23 will probably be a little tip happy as well. I don't know if it'll be quite as bad though. I think the 23's gear sits a little wider spread. Okay. There's wall steering low gain, canopy closed and locked. That little fella out the way, flaps one stage, gear safety levers out of the way. Let's go. Getting the fat coat belly tank on the F1 soon. Be fun to see F1. Oh my god. I forgot that tank existed. The giga huge one. It's kind of like the fucking drop tank for the MiG-25. It's almost as big as the fucking fuselage is. Thing's ridiculous. 64 miles. We're not going to pick him up on radar for quite a while. Fully loaded Mirage still flies nicely. I would not say things we can't take back. Maybe it flies marginally better than a fully loaded F5, but it's not that great. Certainly it can't maneuver. What really strikes me, because, you know, I don't do it very often, I just started doing it again on the last round of Caucasus, is how the MiG-21 is two different aircraft depending what you're carrying. Air-to-air loadout, it's wonderful. Air-to-ground loadout, it flies like fucking trash. Holy shit, it feels like a bus. It's kind of like the Viggen, except, you know, the Viggen just feels like that kind of all the time. Unless you're supersonic, because induced drag from the wing, but you really feel the drag in the 21 when you're carrying air-to-ground stuff. .144 for 52. He's going to be just the other side of Alcocer, because that's the lake there. So Alcocer is about center of the screen, just on the far side of the lake. That's where the Rolands are, so we don't want to fly into them again. Mirage 2000 is wonderful. The only problem is it flies too nicely to play with the older Cold War kids. Even if you give it nothing but guns, really, but even nothing but magics, it's just too good. It shit stomps everything. It's such a shame it's kind of a middle child technologically, because it's such a nice aircraft and such a good module now. Like, it was a bit rough to start with, but man, it's such a good module now. It was before the radar fix and when the flight model was still a little, like, it was even scarier in a dogfight, especially at low speed, but we did try the 2000 on Alpines with nothing but magics and guns, and it was just obscene. Like, genuine easy mode. The only way you could kill it is if you caught them asleep at high altitude and just popped up under them. Something there. .35, so that's probably friendly. We'll lock it and run a declare. It's probably friendly. It's over by Alcocer though. Swoi Chujoi, hello? Oh, drop lock. It's probably a friendly helicopter. It could... Oh, actually, he's climbing up. No. Yeah, it's friendly. The actual contact's probably right around the edge of our scope. Yeah, it is. I can kind of see what they were going for with it, and in like an air defense interception context, it's actually really quite good. The problem is that outside of that context, it just kind of sucks. It's not ideal. Like, you can make it work, but I feel like the F5 or MiG-21 radar presentation is way, way better for when you're under duress. Those look suspiciously like contacts. We're getting close to Alcocer. There it is. We'll hang right a bit so we're skirting around it. Well, the Viggen radar's out of ground, so you can cheese it to spot aircraft. Maybe you could spot aircraft in real life in certain situations, but you can really easily do it in DCS. It's pretty easy to cheese it because of the way it's implemented. But yeah, in terms of like air-to-air radars, this one's a little weird, especially if you're coming from light fighters with a much simpler implementation, or like a much simpler presentation. That's the Roland tracking me. We're a little close for comfort, and also our closest target's now east, so we're gonna head around it. on the lake side. I'm probably right on the edge of its engagement zone. So 9533 cold, 84. He's low. Pick up a little altitude here. That's JTAC smoke, so we're over the front line. I don't want to get rasped up by AAA. 5 or 32, sorry. Contact in front of us, probably friendly, but we'll just check. Yep, friendly. Svoy. $10 for 30. $113.29. He's flanking left and he's climbed. He might actually try and engage us, which is kind of scary because Skyhawks are not easy for this thing. That'll be him. Come on, you shitbag. Grab him. Slightly below. 112. There we go. Now we got him. Oh, no we don't. $112 for 15. Just full flank left. There he is. So you want to put the fucking TDC cursor on the left edge of the target and hold lock, but it's really finicky. And I think it gives you a bit of leeway in DCS, like you don't have to have it directly on the left edge. 110. Is that him it sees or the sun? Oh, there he is. Probably better off going to telemeter at this point. Hey buddy. I really wish he wasn't fucking head on with me like this. We'll prepare the combat flaps just in case I need to do some sustained turning. He's going over my right side. Did he see me? Oh, that's a fucking 21. Where's my Skyhawk then? Interesting. 21 might have bagged him. Well, I don't see any wreckage. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, maybe the 21 got him. So the important note about this radar scope, the way the presentation works, is it stays in B scope. It's not like the F5 or the 21, or the 19 for that matter, where when you lock them it switches to a tail chase. It's always in B scope. So when you've got them locked, it'll give you the range and the bearing. It will not give you the altitude information on the display. It'll give you the altitude information here. And then your little intercept wings will try and steer you so that the target's in your field of view of the HUD. But it's not entirely reliable if they're maneuvering very abruptly. Oh shit. Ah! That was a depot. That was a depot. Want to buy situational awareness. We appear to still be somewhat flyable. I don't know how long that'll last, because this thing has cascading failures 9 ways to Sunday when it takes damage. Feels like the hides are going. What we're going to do is we're going to trimmer systems busted. We'll see if we can reset the servos. It's probably not going to do anything useful. We're going to get rid of the distractions. Now, of course, I've got a Vigan chasing me. Yeah, trim's not working. Trimmer's out, so we're going to end up with RSI from holding the stick back, but it is what it is. Hopefully the engine's fine and we haven't got a fuel leak. The air brakes dropped, partly, if not fully. You can see the air brake indicators on. It's probably only partly dropped. It's like probably cracked partway open. Get rid of the torpedo. Especially if we end up not having functional gear when we go to land. Fucking Rollins, man. Uh-oh. FP. I do not remember what FP means, but it's probably bad that that's come on. It might be fuel pressure or something. Well, actually, no, it's in French, so it's probably not fuel pressure. If anyone knows what the FP enunciator light is telling me, feel free to share. Although maybe I don't want to know. Fuck it, punch out, yeah, probably. This is also, at least in real life and to a degree in DCS, not a jet you want to try and belly land, because it's a high wing with a very narrow fuselage, much like the MiG-23. And so its natural tendency is going to be to want to roll over and kill you. Really, the 21 you shouldn't even be trying to belly land. And that's a mid-wing. But this thing is very much in real life, you just punch out, you wouldn't even attempt it. Final prayer. The altimeter is doing some intriguing things, so I don't think we can trust it. Oh, fuck me, what now? Niveau. Oh, shit. Okay, so we have a fuel leak, apparently. A pretty bad one. We are flying... As long as my HSI is still working. Yes, it is. Compass agrees with it. We are flying back towards friendly territory. I don't know if we're going to make an airfield, because I don't even know where the closest airfield would be. But we are at least heading back towards friendly territory. I'm going to throttle back, because I am actually a lot faster than I need to be. Assuming that's reading correctly. Oh! That's why my fucking altimeter was bugging out, because I was pushing fucking Mark 1 on the deck. That would be why. EP, it might be. I don't want to stare at it for too long, because I'll go into the ground one trying to read it. It might be. Electric hydraulic pump? Oh, okay, yeah, that would explain a few things. Oil. The engine's going to crap out on us in a second. The red lamp that just came on is the oil. We're just gonna ride it out as long as the engine will give us. There it goes. Probably should have picked up some altitude, hey? That would have made it a little easier to find somewhere to set it down, but... Yes, I know, we're fucked. Oh, that's fucking Hummer over there. We're not gonna make it, no way in hell. Oh, it's really unhappy with me now. I can't even silence that one. Unfortunately, because the fucking hydraulics getting popped means that... Oh, that's the firelight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, unfortunately, because the air brakes popped part way out, we aren't going to retain our speed very well. So there's zero chance of us making it over there to Hummer, but I know at least we're in friendly territory now. So what we're going to do is something you would definitely not do in real life. We're going to look for a kind of flat-ish patch of ground, I guess, and we're just going to try and set it down on that. No wheels. We'll just belly it. Oh, there's a... Fire lamp's really not happy with me. I don't see orange. The cockpit's not lit up by orange, so... It could be worse. It could be worse. I'm gonna go ahead and... shatter the canopy so that the seat can get out through it in a hurry if I need to. Of course I find a fucking hill. Come on. Feeding in rudder to try and stop it from rolling over and snapping the wing. Oh, probably should have got rid of that, huh? Probably should have got rid of that. And that. Oop. I've never heard that one before. This is fine. Now, where's the fuel cutoff in this thing? That's the regulator, I think. We'll just cut that. Shh. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, well... That could have gone a lot better, but, you know, like... We're in mostly one piece. Somehow. I really wish they'll add a way at some point where you can just climb out of the jet without ejecting to survey your handiwork, but that's not implemented in DCS at all yet, so we have to eject to have a look. But yeah, I'll take it. And we are in friendly territory. We're not overly far from a friendly airbase. There might even be a friendly FARP nearby, so someone might be able to come rescue us, but could have gone worse. And of course, when you reslot, it blows up your crash-landed plane, so we did all that for nothing. That was... okay. Yeah, that was probably that depot by TS. So we may well have caught a SAM off the airbase if we'd got much further anyway. I reckon. Unless it was a... It might have been the factory, actually. I don't know. I don't remember if depots still have Rollins. I think they do, and then the factory's got more serious shit. I don't remember. Okay. Let's go with the Jordanian livery this time. do that when the engine's spooled up. Shh. Oh, right, that's the fuel valve. I'm such a fucking moron, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Fuel valve. Well, that's not actually what it says. Cut ignition, or something like that. Cut fire. Cut ignition, same thing. But that's the master ignition slash fuel valve, one of the two. I think it's a fuel valve. And then these are the pumps. It's a cope switch. Yes, yes, clearly. It's a cope switch. Okay, now we reset the alternator, I think it is, whatever. Then we reset servos, get that out of the way. Open that so I don't forget to flip it later. Turn down the TACAN volume, VOR volume so they don't deafen me. Hey, spaceship. Good to see you. Hope you've been keeping well. Pop quiz? Oh no, I'm bad at these. We'll fire up the torpedo while we're on the ground. Who gives a shit? Oh, except they won't have rearmed me because I forgot to actually crack the canopy.
Request rearming.
Do you know why I have to put the strobe on the Mirage radar to the side of the target? No, I don't. Enlighten us, please, Cotty. It's going to be some really dumb esoteric reason, isn't it? Okay, that should be everything. It wasn't everything. I didn't arm the seat.
Rearming complete.
Okay. We now need to bring this up to 2. There we go. Okay, this is an actual gauge, not a flow. So we got our totalizer, our gauge. Because of course we need that as well as the totalizer. I don't think there is a flow. We got engine temp, that's EGT, and revs, but that's it. So yeah, there's just the ticker, but I don't know if you can hear that in the real aircraft over the engine. Maybe it comes through the headset or something? I don't know. Serrano 2 in some modes had the actual 2 strobe marks and 1 mark, I think, in one of the sub-modes. Same as Wait for It Smirch. Really? Huh. Interesting. And then they only kept the 1 for this. That Swiss video of the radar and weapons testing on the Mirage 3S makes me really kind of want a 3S. Like, it's a... something with the actual original equipment, or like a common fit-out, would probably be better in terms of applicable to more scenarios, but the radar setup in that thing looks really cool, and I want something that fires Super Falcons. Hughes radars are just fucking cool, man. Cool as shit. One, 4, 2, 59. It doesn't carry very much in the... I mean, they're very skinny wings, so you can kind of see why, but it doesn't carry very much in the wings. They're empty already. There's the lake. Sir 45. So I noticed something while I was flying the Spitfire off stream the other day. When you move the throttle, the stick also moves in pitch. It's not because the Spitfire had some kind of insane World War II Rube Goldberg auto-trim system, because it doesn't. I realized, after a couple of moments of figuring why the fuck it was doing that, ED actually modeled the the airflow off the prop, moving the tail. Like the actual tail surface. Because I had it trimmed, right? So many little details in DCS, especially with the World War II stuff, that you just don't notice. Is that him? What was the range? Imagine paying attention to EWR. There's something. Friendly? Maybe? Oh, no. Fucking dropped it. It's down in the weeds. I can't really hold on to it. It's probably friendly. It could even be a helicopter. I'm just curious what it is. I would like to know. $133 for 30. It's probably friendly. I'm doing well, man. Good to see you. Hope you're good as well. Oh, there we go. It's almost certainly a friendly. It's probably a helicopter. Because there are helicopters operating around here. Yeah, contact's friendly. Oh, it's moving pretty quick. Might be a jet. $139.21. It's kind of dragging towards the airbase. Jesus, how many different colours of smoke are down there? There must be like 3 or 4 different JTACs on that target. 149 for 16. On the deck. Ish. There you are. Hello. He's probably not going to want to grab him though, because we're both so low to the ground. And he's giving me a stanky aspect. French with a... Thought I was out of range for it. Oh, we're coming up behind him. Good. Good, good. That's him. Torpedo time, bitches. That's a fucking... Bro, that's a Huey. We're not using the torpedo on that. Actually, it'd be funny to, but we're gonna not. I'm probably gonna fuck this up. They're really hard targets. Nope. We got him. See you later. $218 for 10. Cold, but he's dragging back towards the airbase. Shit. He's probably heading back to land at Aldino. There he is. Being tracked by something. It's not very reassuring. Probably... Really? Am I that close to it? I'm probably gonna die again. That or... Is that the airbase or is that a fucking Tomcat? Or just a really confused MiG-21? Fucked if I know. Yeah, well, it depends. A lot of people struggle with the Mirage 2000 sight. I actually really like the 2000 sight. It's one of my favorites. But yeah, like the F1 gun sight's fucking aimbot mode. This is not ideal. This is really not ideal. I'm in trouble. 192. It's on the right side of me, flanking left. 7 miles. So he's still just out of range for the... That's probably him. He's dragging me somewhere I don't want to be dragged, probably. Just too hot. Oh! Okay. That's a 21. This is our A4. Oh. He doesn't see it. It's so satisfying to hit people with that thing. Yeah, the 23 should be quite interesting. Quite interesting with that. I have a feeling the 23 is going to kind of slot in similarly to the F1, where it, like, the light fighters will be really hard for it to deal with just because they're small and agile. You know, they weigh less. But it should have a pretty reasonable time dealing with the Mirage because they're of a similar weight class, and it should probably do pretty well against the Phantom, I reckon. The Phantom's gonna be really interesting, I think, because if they do it right, it shouldn't take Blue 4 long to realise that what they want for air-to-air is actually an F4J. If they want to do air-to-ground, the F4E is really, really good for that. Like, the F4E is probably going to be their scariest air-to-ground aircraft until the A7 arrives, and even then, the A7 is not supersonic. The F4 is. But I think a lot of them are going to think it's a fighter, and they're going to try and use it like one. And against, like, a less skilled red player, yeah, it might be. But I don't think it's going to be that good in a knife fight. Any real-life planes that use a mouse and keyboard to fly? I don't know, there probably will be before too long, Rob. Some kind of drone, maybe? .224 for 25. Sure, why not? Probably gonna drag me over Sam's again. .236. Off the nose, 27. Angels 4 flank right. It's about Coal-ish flank right. That might... no, it's Plotter. We're probably not going to pick him up until we get about 20 miles out. If then. 246. Angels 4 flank right. Finally got around to making an appointment with my doctor for ADHD meds. It's on Tuesday. Glad to hear it, man. Hopefully that will make life a lot easier. Fuck me, if that's him, he's hauling. Oh, fuck, he's hauling. It's like 2 smoke trails. Oh, yeah, that's him. Oh, fucking hell. But we're coming into the merge really fast, so reasonable chance he'll rip his wings in the first turn. If I don't. Hey, buddy. Oh, we went for the head-on. Cheeky, cheeky. F5s are difficult in this. Oh, shit. It's dangerous. I think I can beat him in a sustained turn fight slightly, especially once I get light on fuel, but scissors is going to be his strong suit, so I really don't want to do that, but I also don't want to try and turn into a sustain while he's in a position that's going to put him directly behind me. Oh, fucking hell. He tipped me as well. Come on, you slug. Alright, I'm not going to have much choice in the matter. I'm going to have to try and get him to do what I want him to do now, and I am slow. And he hit something that's important, apparently. 135. Shit. She's not real happy. Oh, fuck. That was a missile. Yeah, okay. That's why I don't really like fighting F5s in the F1. It's not ideal. You can kind of see what I was talking about. The F1 can point its nose, but it takes a while to do it. And if you're too aggressive, you'll end up nose pointing this way, plane going this way, and it's really not easy to recover it from that. The F5, for all its flaws, actually does really well at high angles of attack. It just can't sustain it. Debating whether I want to fly something else. What are we sitting on? 3 and 3. It could be worse. Server's also emptied out a bit. Time is it? 9 PM. Let's do... I'm going to take a short break, but let's do some Gunner Heat PC. So I'll be back in a few minutes. DCS does do ground combat, but it's really janky, and you got to buy the combined arms module to do it, which is a reasonable expense for what it is. It kind of is a bit of a red-headed stepchild. It does do it, and it can be fun. It's one of those things where it's equal parts incredibly frustrating and incredibly fun at times. If you go through some of my older VODs from like 2-3 years ago, I used to do it quite a lot on Alpine server when that was still up. But not that many servers, particularly PvP servers, support it. Like, you can't drive stuff around. Alright guys, once this song plays through, we'll switch over. Probably play through a couple missions. I'm not going to be streaming too much later, because I do actually want to be conscious at a reasonable time tomorrow. I got some places to check out, since I am, you know, trying to move closer to work. And then I got some hockey to watch later in the day. Rest in peace, Oilers win streak. One game short of the record. Should probably do some L39 stuff on stream sometime. It has been a hot minute since I flew it in DCS. Also, fingers crossed I can get a new place sooner rather than later, because hopefully once I do, I should be able to start playing armour again, at least over the summer, if not through the whole year. Jesus, really? It was that long ago? Fuck, man. Well, didn't he lose all his work because his fucking PC got blown up or something? But presumably his apartment, not just the PC. Okay, chat, we back. So, I believe last time I said I would do some of the new missions at night. So, you know, we're doubling down on today's bad life choices. Let's do that. We'll start... Yeah, we'll start with red steel. Unclear if related? Okay, yeah. So this mission's not too difficult in daylight. At nighttime, it's probably going to be quite significantly harder. The other one with the T-64, well, there's two others with the T-64, but the other one with the T-64 is the drivable tank. Soviet Wall. It is going to be supremely unpleasant to play at night. I can tell you this because I've played it through at night a couple of times, and it has been a nightmare. Haha. Whoops. But yeah, it's not pleasant. You can't see very far ahead of you. I mean, you can drop illumination flares, but because the Americans are attacking into you with Abrams, usually by the time the flares actually arrive, they're already outside their radius. It is just generally a traumatic experience. So while the T-64, as long as you can get your range finding sorted out, evens up the fight during the daylight a lot, it doesn't quite have the same effect at nighttime. Nightmares always seem to happen at night. Not always. Usually, but not always. Turn the illumination on the gun sight, although we're primarily going to be using the right side. There we go. Which tank is this? The T-64A. It's kind of hard to see, but this beauty. My favorite tank. '81. Close, very close, but it's model 81. We're going to tell the guys to go line formation and spread 50 meters as we crest this hill. Would it be inaccurate to round down and call it a T-60? Yes, it would. A T-60 is a very different thing. It's a World War II era Soviet light tank with an autocannon, which was a very funny grief mobile in Red Orchestra 1. Dead BRDM. So that's our reconnaissance troops not having the best time over that.
Подкалиберно. На 30. Цель потеряна. Подкалиберно. На 35. БТР. Цель понял. Огонь.
It's an M113. Range isn't that far, so we're gonna... Hey, there we go.
Прекратить огонь.
Fuck, the voice acting is so good.
Кумулятивные. На 25. Дан. Цель потеряна.
Can't see it. He's just catching glimpses of a tank through the trees, but I can't see it. Fix the issue with the contact reports. What, the radio lagging the shit out of the game? It's fixed in dev at the moment, I think, but it hasn't been pushed in an update yet. At the moment, they've just removed the radio reports from the game until it's fixed, but it looks like they've started work on fixing it for the next build, like the next release. There were also some very interesting items mentioned in the GitHub announcements relating to sound effects for particular class of weapons that are not currently in the game. Interestingly, the 64 stabilizer at the moment, that's what Harry meant, okay. The 64 spotlight, I should say, doesn't follow the gun. It's fixed in elevation. It should elevate with the gun. So that should probably be fixed next patch as well, I'd imagine. So that also doesn't help when it comes to night fighting, although you generally don't want to be fighting at too much of an angle anyway. If you're on a downslope like this, you're exposing your armor flat onto the enemy. If you're on an upslope, you won't be able to depress your gun enough. As the owner of a... Physics are still a little janky if you just gently side-scrape a tree, by the way. Good thing we didn't flip over. I think that's slated to be fixed at some point as well. It's because of a third-party thing that they're using. Yeah, as the owner of a set of, you know, late 60s, early 70s era tank crew night vision goggles, PNV 57s, they are genuinely this fucking atrociously bad in real life. They're really not good. Tree's totally indestructible at the moment, yes, but they are planned to be destructible. They just haven't got around to it yet. Because it's one of those things that's easier said than done. At least if you want to do it properly. Okay, we're coming up to our battle position. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start dropping Illume between the objectives, just because our spotlight is not powerful enough to really get a good view down into those objectives. We can kinda sorta, but I'd rather have the use of my day sight, including the rangefinder on it. Although using the rangefinder in the dark with just an Illume flare is probably going to be pretty janky in itself. Don't see it yet. Oh, now I do. Okay, hello Mr. M60. Out there, 1600. Short. Should be going to Sabo, which will make it a little easier. It flies flatter. Hey, there we go.
Цель потеряна.
Let's find a tree.
Калиберным. На 30. ВТР. Цель понял. Огонь.
Let my body engage that. I can't see it clearly in its lower priority target. There's the M60 we just killed.
Цель потеряна.
Yeah, you can kind of see, although I just spotted
Да. Цель понял.
right there.
Цель. Цель. Прекратить огонь.
There's one of my wingmen. I think the other one's hung up behind me. Oh, there he is. He's coming. Just taking his time. What's he engaging? Something in the town, maybe? Can't see shit back there. So it's about 1600, 1700 to the objectives. Or to that objective. The other one's maybe a tad closer. The expected reinforcements are another kilometer and a half behind that. 2 kilometers almost.
На 30. Танк. Цель понял. Огонь.
Speak for yourself, I don't fucking see him. We don't have any more loom coming in. Yeah, that spotlight's not going to do shit for us out there. Can't see him. Oh, now I can. He's skylining. Can just barely make him out. Fuck, what's the range on that going to be? Let's fire and adjust. You're probably getting a great view of my fucking forehead right now. And we got a heat round loaded, which is not going to help. Oh, man, he's difficult to fucking see. He's on the road. He's like... right there. That's going to miss. Oh, it's way short. Okay, so it's like 24... oh, it's probably more. It's probably... let's set it at 2800. 3000. Set it at 3000. Fuck it. What I need is for him to go somewhere where he's contrasted against a lighter coloured background, like that wheat field, like against the wheat stubble. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. I fucked that because I traversed right as I shot, but there he is. We want about 1 stroke of lead. Maybe. We're not. We're short. Nedaliot means short, I'm pretty certain. Let's try about there. Might be leading too much. 3,300. I can barely make this guy out. Over. Over, so we want to hold low. If I can even still see him, there he is. No, 31. Is that him behind the tree? Oh, there he is. Probably shooting at the wrong fucking thing. We should actually have more alarms soon. You can see his exhaust. Kinda. He's like there. It's gonna miss. He's moving. There he is.
Прекратить огонь!
That makes me very happy. Oh shit, that was the wrong button. I ended the mission. I meant to hit fucking control page down, I hit control end. So we're gonna have to restart. Whoopsie daisies. This range I feel like based on main arty, so this is bringing up a lot of ethical issues for me. The Sabo flies pretty flat at least, it's just such a long range that, you know, even a fairly flat trajectory makes a lot of difference. It's a lot easier to do in daylight, you don't need to correct as much. Right, we'll speed things up a little this time. I won't crawl all the way to the fucking battle position this time. Line formation, formation spacing 50. They're probably going to get hung up on trees a little, but that's alright. And we'll pre-range the gun for 1600 and turn off Delta D. Just so I can speed run the first two M60s and then we'll have to re-engage those two again, which is going to be annoying, but it is what it is. So yeah, what happened there is the end key ends the mission and goes to the after action report. I went to hit control page down, which re-zeroes the gun. But I am a fucking klutz, and so I hit control end instead. What we might do as well, actually, is we'll drop artillery on Objective 1 on the way down. Probably should have thought to do that last time. That'll clear out some of the soft skin stuff in there. How lethal would these targets be if you were to basically hit your foot on the gas and fire and move? Pretty lethal. The M60's armour won't really save it from a T-64, but likewise he can punch through me at pretty much any range that he can see me. It's a bit of a mutually assured destruction. Also, the stabilizer's not the greatest on the move. If you're at lower speed, it's not too bad, but if you're moving at high speed over rough terrain, especially like perpendicular to the target, the stabilizer can't keep up. It's even worse on the BMP too. You've got to really be crawling for the stab on the BMP to really help much. What kind of weapon do they have? The M60s have 105mm. It's the L7. You know, the fucking Centurion has in World Tanks. It's the L7, but it's the American-produced licensed copy, the M68. Just a different breech, I think. But it's more so the ammunition than the gun. I should not hit a tree again. It's firing M833, which is depleted uranium Sabo round. It's like the best ammunition the US had by the mid-80s. So it's really dangerous because the ammunition's really high performance. We have 125mm D81T, 2A46, whichever name you prefer. And we're firing the best ammo the Soviets had at the time, which is 3BM32. And that will punch through the front of an Abrams out to about 1.5 kilometers for the original model Abrams. And about 1 kilometer for an M1 IP. Now we'll drop the Illume. We'll do it back here, actually, so we might have a better chance of lighting up the guys on the hill. I'll also move over a bit so that guy's not face-hugging trees as much. More serious sim like this, would HE see any more use? Yes, absolutely. So the M113, I could have clapped him quite happily with HE. M113s, Bradleys, things like that. Infantry will be coming hopefully soon. When infantry come, it's going to be a game changer, and that is very much an HE target. You want to be using that on infantry. Tree kind of blocking me. Oh, I ranged that out too far. Hey, I should have just left it there. No, that's about right, I think. We'll soon find out. Yeah, I ranged it too far. We are further back. Like, we're engaging further back than the first time, so...
Цель потеряна. Под калиберным. На 30. Танк.
Behind the
Цель
tree.
понял. Огонь.
Не вижу.
Цель потеряна.
Be behind this tree.
На 30. Танк. Цель понял. Огонь.
Oh, he's calling the guys way out in the fucking field. Did we get the second M60 in the fucking approach to the town? No, we didn't, but my wingman's taking care of it. Fuck. Okay, so that Illume flare kinda sorta helps us, but not a lot. I think I see one there. Yeah, I just see one there and one there. So we'll wait for them to highlight themselves against the road. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can range off that tree trunk, because it's about the same distance as they are. 3,300 meters. There's an M60 right there. He's moving slowly towards us at an angle, so we give him a little bit of lead. Called short, but I think it was just I didn't lead him right. There he is. There's the hit. Didn't kill him. Okay, I don't see him. He's behind a tree. Where's the other one? There's the other one, so we'll give him another 100 meters. Okay, he changed direction on me as I fired. He's driving directly down behind the tree, I think. Oh! Oh, that's satisfying. That is satisfying. I should quieten down it, but it's getting kind of late. The other one, still blocked by trees, but he's back there. My wingman sees him. I don't even know if you guys can see this at all. It's probably the compression on the encoding is probably fucking a nine ways to Sunday, but I am having to lean right into my screen and squint to see this. And even then, I'm pretty much shooting at shapes. It's behind a tree. It's probably driving directly towards us behind these trees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll forwards a little further, and that'll also put us on the objective. I could call in air support to help out, but there's not much point. We do have Illume. Oh, beautiful. We got more Illume. We'll call that in. I'm also going to drop Artie on objective 2 this time. Behind one of these trees.
Под калиберным. На 30. Танк. Цель понял. Огонь!
I forgot to re-enable Delta D as well. Where are you, you shit? Oh, he's right behind all of those trees. I don't know if he stopped there or if he's still driving towards us. I'm just gonna guess. Nah. I don't think there's much point. I'm just wasting ammo. We'll switch over to the BMPs. If he drives any closer, the 64s can deal with him. How big is your monitor and what resolution? It's 24-inch, playing at 1080p, 1920 by 1080. See the explosions just fine. That's the important part. Battle sight this out to 1,000 meters. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to call smoke between us and the first objective. Smoke artillery, that is. Which should look really pretty at night, so we're going to go back out of the goggles for a moment. So that's our Illume flare burning out. And then the white fossils start dropping. Although... might be... oh, there we go. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it over the terrain until we get close. And I also need to stop driving into the other platoon. Mine's just one of those chillers monocular telescopes you wear on one eye, yeah. I feel like I could have used one of those back when I used to play Red Orchestra. I used to pixel hunt all the time in there. Slow back down. I don't want to outrun the other BMP platoon, and the other thing is, like I said, the stabilizer on the BMP2 is kind of dog shit. It's better than no stabilizer like the BMP1, but it is kind of dog shit, and it really struggles to keep up with where you want to keep the gun pointed when the terrain's quite bumpy like this. So once the infantry are added, the BMPs will have a lot more purpose, so the 113s, particularly the 113s, because they're just kind of cannon fodder at the moment, they'll be scooting around dropping off little angry men with funny green tubes, and the funny green tubes will fuck your tank up real nicely. So I think a lot of the more War Thunder-brained players in the game are going to get a real reality check when the infantry are put in. Because, like, the terrain around the Fulda Gap it's a playground for infantry. There are very few places where a tank can be where it will not also be in range of at least one sort of ATGM. Like, you set up an ATGM team on this ridge here. It's our guys firing. Set up an ATGM on this ridge here where it's got a line of sight through the trees. You cover this entire valley. It's just disgusting. One of them popped off his smoke grenades too. We're going to drop Illume again behind the town. We're going to drop smoke to screen us from objective 2. You know what, let's call in some CAS on the second objective as well. Just 2 aircraft. We'll save the other 3 in case we get bum rushed by something nasty. Oh, maybe that was one of them firing smoke grenades, not one of ours. BMP2 is not fully implemented yet, doesn't have a turret traverse sound. That will be added, obviously. Also, the gun doesn't, like, the gun recoil animation hasn't been implemented yet. Oh, that's a nasty. That's a very nasty thing hiding behind that house. It's a 901. There's our jets coming. Fire some smoke grenades too. Soviet smoke grenades are offensive in nature. There's the artillery, the smoke artillery. It's glorious. Soviet smoke grenades they fire like 300 meters out in front of you. They're tactical. You use them to block gaps in tree lines and things like that, to block line of sight on your advance. You don't use them defensively as like a, oh shit, I've got to pop smoke and back up. Because they do not work for that purpose. Ooh, they found the tank up there, I guess. They're very different to Western smoke grenades. How long do the flares hang in the air? You can kind of... oh, they're dropping smoke on us now. You can kind of see it. Each flare drops for about probably 30 seconds or so, and you get a couple of flares per... So that's the first objective that we're closing on, and the second one's that other town. So we'll hit this one and then swing right into the other town. That should kind of close the jaws on them, since the other BMP platoon should give us a base of fire covering it. Yeah, houses are at the moment. I think they are planning on some level of destructibility for things like houses and fences and walls and shit. Trees are definitely planned. Walls, I think, as well. It's just a case of getting it to work in a way that is optimized and looks good and makes sense. The optimization is particularly hard because the lines of sight are so long and there's so much happening all at once, and they don't have the big budget of a certain other game with tanks in it, which everyone seems to treat as though it's some kind of standard that every dev can keep up with. It's a tow tube. That would have been nasty if we hadn't spotted it. Yeah, I used to play quite a bit of Men of War, actually. Quite a bit. It was a really fun series. Okay, flares are dropping again. We don't need this just yet. That's knocked out. Put another couple rounds into it just to make sure. That's the 901. We definitely want to make sure that's dead. It's a fucking horrible little creature. We're going to drop smoke now, kind of along the line of sight from the possible reinforcement route, just in case. Infantry are coming. They're not in game yet, but they're coming. They'll be a core feature of the game. And they will be absolute nightmare fuel, because it's the Fulda Gap, so pretty much everywhere you go in a tank, you'll be within range of somebody with an ATGM or a fucking RPG or something. Like, I think the widest open terrain in any of the maps in the game at the moment is probably 2 or 3 kilometers, maybe 4, and most ATGMs will reach 4 or 5 quite happily. So that's our smoke dropping there. We're going to drop another mission on the opposite side of the objective. We don't want to drop it right on top because then we'll light ourselves up as well. We're going to drop it on the far side to silhouette the enemy, so we can see them and they can't see us. Well, they can see us because they've got better optics than us. They've got fucking thermals and shit. But although I think the tanks in this mission might be A1s, so they just have better night vision, but not by much. Bradleys have, like, nightmare vision, which is red thermals. Speak of the devil! Please die! Okay. Yeah, the effects guy for this game, No-Op, is an absolute fucking wizard. Like, the effects are, the actual, like, texture cards for them are all pretty low res, so he's able to do a lot with not a lot of real estate, so to speak. That was a tank round, so there's M60s coming down that reinforcement route, which is exactly what I was worried about, and the T-64s may or may not even be able to see them at that range. What we can do is call in air support. They might be able to spot them from the air better than we can see them from the ground. We'll call in our remaining 3 aircraft. And they'll just look for targets on their own. Oh, fuck me, that was a White Foss round right next to us. What I'm hoping is, yeah, it looks like our BMPs are kind of in dead ground to those M60s. They're engaging the other platoon. They can see them, they can't see us. Although they are getting kind of close, it looks like. Oh, they're getting unpleasantly close. We might need to engage them. The T-64s are asleep. Dear VVS Frontal Aviation, please bail us out. Another flare. Oh, he's dropping presents. Nice. Well, they found something. Don't know if they killed it, but they sure found something. 1 on 3. It's probably dead, but we'll just make sure. Those tanks are still active. At least one of them. Maybe both. That's a Bradley. I think that might be the one we killed. Okay. Air support looks like it bagged another M60. Good. Tell the rest of our platoon to stop up here. Oh, hello. Shit. Oh! Mutual fucking destruction. Holy shit. Fuck. Good timing on that. Let's survey the battlefield before we go to the after-action report. So he took out at least one of my platoon mates as well. There was I think it was one of the gameplay videos someone uploaded on YouTube just recently, so guys go through and, you know, check the comments on videos to kind of get a finger on the pulse of the community. And a guy that was, I think, ex-tanker or something, or was he? No, he's ex-Air Force, I think, said that they used to mock the Army aviation guys. This is in Germany during the Cold War. They used to mock the Army aviation guys by saying that all of the shot down dead helicopters would provide a really nice illumination for the guys on the ground and for them to be able to spot their targets from the air. This is the game soundtrack. It's got a fucking banging soundtrack. There's Artie dropping over there on the T-64s, looks like. That's actual high explosive Artie, that's not smoke. Alright, let's go to the after action report. We didn't take too many losses if you think about it. 4 men, 5 vehicles. That's not bad. That's actually really not bad. For attacking into a reasonably well-defended NATO position at night, in vehicles that can't see shit in the dark, that's not bad. I will take that result. Meanwhile, the Americans lost 39 men and 20 pieces of equipment. I'm very happy with that result. A daylight run of this I can do with no crew losses and 1 or 2 vehicles at most. But nighttime dramatically complicates things. It complicates it for the Americans too, but nowhere near as much as it complicates it for the East Germans or the Soviets. So I'll actually turn off some of the filters. So this is the first shot of the mission. This qualifies Unicum performance. Maybe not. Maybe it'd be like, you know, kind of blue performance. I wouldn't say I'm amazing at this game. I'd say I'm probably better than average, but not, like, amazing. So the first shot of the mission was us putting a Sabo directly through the 113 driver, which would have quite neatly cut him in half and spread him around the inside of the vehicle, so the gunner probably saw that and went, fuck this, I'm out, and abandoned the vehicle. Then this is our artillery that we called in, the fire support mission on the first objective, so that one landed right in front of a 113, probably would have overpressured at least the gunner, if not both of them. Remember, the 113's only got quite thin aluminium armour. People, particularly DCS players, overestimate the effects of overpressure on armoured vehicles, but when it's right next to something, and especially the vehicle in question's a tin can like a 113, it will fuck things up. In terms of tanks, it needs to be a much larger explosion, much closer to it, to really fuck with it. Although you will get, quite often, like with the T64 and T72 in this, you'll have a round land, probably a 155 round land, probably within about 10 meters, and it might knock you out. I'm not sure if it still needs some tuning or not, but put it this way, you don't want to sit in the middle of an artillery barrage, but also, you know, the whole point of a tank is to protect the crew from both fragments and overpressure and machine gun fire, so. Then that was our first shot at the M60 that we spotted. Well, not first shot, but our first hit. Went directly through his hull rack and blew the absolute piss out of him. Then this is our buddies engaging. This was the second M60, the one that I couldn't see because there was a tree in the way. Buddy got that one pretty good. Then these are the ones that were coming down the hill. So my first shot on this guy actually hit his track. And then the next one straight through the ammo rack. So that was the one where I could kind of see him moving behind the tree, and then the next shot he was behind the tree completely. I just guessed, and we got him right through the ammo rack. He popped. Ukraine war video I watched the other day of a 113 taking fire, unloading troops. You could see the sparks from the hits on the armor. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a 113 that's getting shot at. They're pretty squishy. .762 armor piercing will go through them quite happily within 500 meters, maybe even a little further. And something like 14.5 will just turn them to fucking cheese. Something that people don't talk about, it's very interesting, is, you know, how much the American 50 cal is lauded as God's own machine gun. It's a good gun. It's a good round. But, you know, people act like 50 cal rounds, you know, 50 BMG has this incredible, mythical fucking level of power. Like, oh, if a near missile sucked the eyeballs out of your head because of it's bullshit, right? Or, you know, a near missile take your arm off. No, it fucking won't. But it has all these myths around it about how fucking incredibly powerful it is. It's like fucking, you know, sort of Damocles level of destruction according to FUD lore. And nobody really mentions the fact that Soviet 14.5 has, like, a significant amount more energy. A lot more energy behind it. 14.5 fucking shits on 50 BMG. Like, it's not even funny how much better it is. Obviously, it's a bigger round. You need a bigger gun to shoot it, and you can't exactly, you know, lugging a 14.5 machine gun around is pretty inconvenient compared to a 50 cal even. But when it comes to vehicle mounted applications, like a KPV, just it's ridiculously more effective. It's not even just the actual, you know, caliber of the bullet, it's the amount of fucking powder behind it. If you look at a 14.5 round, the case length on that fucker, there is a lot of powder behind that. It pushes that thing out with a lot of fucking smash. You can also see here why the 901's kind of annoying to kill, because if it's behind a bit of a hill or something, you might not see the hull at all. You might only see the weapons platform. And the weapons platform is mostly empty space. And even if you hit, say, one tow launcher, it's still got the other one. It's still got the other tube there. These things are nasty. Like, they're really horrible little fucking things. Priority target. Absolute priority target. By this point, it was already knocked out. This is just me dead checking it. Fuck, that was a good drop. That was one of our jets. I didn't get a good look at what it was. I think it was a pair of MiG-21s, but I could be wrong. Might have been a Su-17 and a... Oh, sorry, Su-22, since he's German. Su-22 and a MiG-21. One of them looked like a 21. My man's just dropped a fucking FEB 250 right behind this guy. That's a really good drop. That would have probably knocked him out. This is an actual near miss. This is actually the kind of bomb that will knock out a tank. See how it was like a meter or two off the back deck? DCS players seem to be of the opinion that a Mark 82 with 81 kilos of explosive filler, I think it is, landing 10, 20, 30 meters from a tank should kill it. No, 5 meters from a tank might kill it. But you can see here, a FEB 250 that far away, yeah, he's done. Yeah, it's quite significantly longer. Quite a bit more powder in it. It also, it hasn't, like, that round hasn't really changed much since its inception. That was a fucking World War II era anti-tank rifle round. And they just went, you know what, fuck it, what if we put this in a machine gun? Turns out, if you put it in a machine gun, it's actually really effective. So I think I don't remember when the PKP was first rolled out. I think it was during the war, or maybe like just slightly before it. But yeah, the PKP came first, and then the KPV replaced it. And then Soviet 50 cal is 12.7 by 107 from memory. No, 108. 12.7 by 108. So that's got more smash behind it too. Again, 50 BMG's a pretty good round, but, you know, if people think that can take a limb off just from a near miss, then what the fuck do they think 12.7 by 108 or fucking 14.5 can do from a near miss? How effective is something like side scraping in a game like this? It depends on what, you know, what's being shot at you. Houses are not solid objects. A Sabo will go through a house quite happily. To a certain degree, they won't even protect you from heat rounds unless the heat round goes all the way through the house lengthwise or something like that. So, generally speaking, side scraping is ineffective. Completely. They'll just shoot through the house. Yeah. I mean, even off a wreck, like another vehicle wreck, it'll go through that, and if it has any energy left, it'll hit you as well. So I'd say it's probably pretty much not effective. 40 mil HEDP go through a BMP3? I'm not sure, to be honest. I couldn't tell you. That's a 152 mil arty round, landing basically right next to a 113. He's toast. That's the tow. He's already dead by the time I started shooting at him, but it never hurts to be sure. You may notice that high explosive rounds, when they fuse on something, they just throw stuff out in a sphere at the moment. so that like the fragments don't have any momentum imparted to them along the trajectory of the shell. I'm pretty sure they said they were going to do something about that, just it's not priority at the moment. Because, you know, like, it doesn't really matter that hugely in the grand scheme of things, but I think it was on the list of things that'll get done at some point. Pretty much point-blank range there, 100 meters. That is on the roadmap. So you'll actually visibly be able to see where shells have penetrated, where they've ricocheted, things like that. You can already see scorch marks from where a tank's burnt out, but yeah, that is on the roadmap. Just don't know when it's going to come. Is there Russian bias in this game? Depends which patch and which part of the community you ask. So when the game first came out, the Soviets weren't implemented yet, only the Americans and the East Germans, and the NVA had older equipment. They never really had the good stuff, and more importantly, they had older ammunition. 3BM15 was the best ammo they had. So basically, they couldn't do much against an Abrams frontally unless they got lucky or very, very close range. And even against an M60 at certain ranges and angles, they would have issues. And also, you know, like the bulk of their stuff was BMP-1s and T-55s, which are, shall we say, not the most advanced things in the world when it comes to fire control systems. So there was a lot of screeching about American bias. Meanwhile, all the people from War Thunder who usually cry about more Russian bias are saying, oh, based Western dev. It was literally someone left a review, based Western devs, no Russian bias here. That didn't last long, because when people started realizing that the BMP-1's Grom, the 73mm low-pressure gun, when they started realizing that will fuck an M60 from the front quite happily, they got really mad about it. Apparently that's impossible, according to people who had that revealed to them in a dream, I guess. The Grom is actually pretty serious business. It's essentially firing a cut-down version of the SPG-9 round. Like, that's a serious fucking weapon. That'll kill an M60 quite happily from any angle, as long as it can hit it. So there was a bit of grumbling then. But yeah, then the T-64 arrived just recently, and now people are screeching because, oh, it's not fair, it can kill an Abrams from the front. There's no bias in the game. The devs try and make the game historically accurate, but also enjoyable to play. So, for instance, because, you know, the Soviets didn't have smoke grenades at this point that could conceal things through thermals, you're at the mercy of NATO tanks that have thermals when you engage them, because they'll just pop their own smoke and start firing through it, and you can't do anything about it. So, kind of to counter that, the packed smoke artillery will partially obscure their thermals. And people are complaining, oh, it's not fair, why doesn't the NATO smoke artillery do that? Well, it's so that you can fire through the NATO smoke artillery. The Soviets don't have thermals, so you don't need to block line of sight with thermals with your own smoke, right? So, long story short, is there Russian bias? No. The devs are extremely based, but not in the way that your average War Thunder player understands the term based. And particularly as the game gets fleshed out with more features and the campaign is fleshed out versus the kind of placeholder that they have now just to serve up missions to you, it will become more obvious just how based the devs are. It's all Western, we're the best thinking, yeah. And unfortunately, just when it looked like there might be an end to that, certain world events happened, and now we're back to believing the fucking memoirs of Nazi generals at their word and thinking that anything produced east of the River Oder is junk. But, you know, when one country can produce hundreds of tanks a year on a single production line, let alone 1,000 odd a year at a single plant if they restarted all of their old production lines, and they still have artillery ammunition and the other side doesn't, then, you know, just saying, maybe it would have been a good idea to not throw all conception of the importance of material fucking reality down the drain and just function on hopium for the last fucking 30 years like we did. How broad is the variety of tanks? At the moment, so-so. So, like, to put it in perspective, this game is not a World of Tanks or War Thunderoid. This is not free to play. You do not have a garage, you do not unlock things, there is no tech trees. Nothing like that. If you want to drive a tank, you just drive the fucking tank. There's nothing in the way of doing that, unless it's, you know, you want to drive a T-64, but you only have the East Germans available to you. Anything that is in this area, in this time period, and is relevant to frontline combat, plus some secondary targets like supply trucks, will be in the game. So the current theater of operations is the it's CENTAG, as NATO call it, the Central German sort of area, which was the Americans and the West Germans against the East Germans and the Soviets. So that's where it is, that's who's there, and it's set around 1985. So things like the M1A1, which didn't start arriving in theater until like a year or 2 years later, the T-80U, which didn't arrive until the very end of the 80s, all that shit, not going to be here. There might be a few minor exceptions, things that either were in service but hadn't been deployed. For instance, Harry is a Sheridan fan of large proportion. He loves the fucking Sheridan. So I can pretty much guarantee you he will find a reason to put Sheridans in the game. And feasibly, the Americans could fly out Sheridans and deploy them because they're an air mobile tank. You just load them into a fucking Galaxy or something and bring them over. But yeah, like if it's something from 1995 or whatever, or it only ever served in some country on the other end of the world, it's not going to be in the game until they added expansion for that theater. So they're doing things by theater. So this theater, Fulda Gap, 1985. The next one they haven't announced yet what it's going to be, but for some examples of what it might be, you could have Operation Desert Storm, you might have the Iran-Iraq War, you might have one of the Indian-Pakistani wars, something like that. You might have, the Six-Day War or Yom Kippur or something like that. They're not doing World War II because that's an oversaturated market, and World War II tanks are honestly kind of like whatever. There's nothing really interesting about them other than the whole World War II mystique. There's nothing, like the fire control's pretty ho-hum. They're pretty similar to each other in a lot of ways. So World War II is kind of not worth doing. Really modern shit's kind of not worth doing because it's all just point-and-click fucking 10 layers of ERA, APS shooting down any incoming... it's kind of dumb. Game-wise, it doesn't make for a good game. So the focus you can expect reasonably to be anywhere from early to mid-50s through to probably the late 80s, early 90s. No AMX-30s. They might come if they add something with the French in it. Or if Nico manages to annoy the shit out of Harry and Josh enough. Gotta respect the SPG-9. Yeah, the SPG-9 is a fucking good weapon. Leopard, it's not in yet, but it's coming. So we'll be getting the Leopard 1A, 1A2, I think it is. And the Leopard 2A... Well, I don't want to say which variant because I'll misspeak. 2A4? 2A3? I don't fucking know. One of the earlier Leopard 2 variants. And the Marder and a bunch of other things like that. I used to the Mammoth Tank Sea Service. Man, I miss Red Alert. That was such a fun game. Red Alert, the original Red Alert, was one of the first games I learned how to mod. I'd open up the game files in fucking Notepad and just tweak the numbers and cut paste stuff until it worked. It's such a good game. 1996, yeah. So that's a FAB 250. That's another 250 kilo bomb from our air support. That's a pretty good drop. Might not have killed the tank, but it certainly would have fucked its mobility up. Would have been a mobility kill, probably. 2A4's out of time frame. Differences between the other early versions basically negligible for game. Yeah, well, fair enough then. So it'll be a 2A something. It's going to be really interesting too, because some of the... part of the reason why, 70s through 80s tanks are so good for this kind of thing is because you have the starting... I can't speak. Let me rephrase. You're starting to have, like, some of the more advanced digital fire control systems appearing. You're starting to have thermals appearing. You've still got tanks in service that have the old World War II style adjustable sight where it's just you eyeball the distance and then it just moves the reticle and you have to manually super elevate the gun. You've got all of that. And you've got, like, there's still diversity in the things, like, even with the thermals, there's still diversity there because no one's quite figured out how shit's supposed to work yet. For gameplay purposes, and just for general interest purposes, the best period of something is when it's first starting to come into service, because nobody fucking knows how it's meant to work, and, like, there's really weird jank-ass solutions that just don't make any sense in retrospect, but made total sense at the time. Like, World War I planes are really cool because no one fucking knew how a plane was supposed to work. You see the weirdest design choices, just because it's like, well, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do, let's just see if it works. And you get that with the thermals, for instance. The Martyr's thermals are fucking trash. Like, it's going to be really funny when they implement them, because the Martyr's thermals are like postage stamp resolution, like really bad, like 160 by something. And they have a refresh rate of, I think, like 1 point something hertz, like basically 1 frame per second. They're going to suck so much to use. But that's just what it has, and it's some weird overlay. Like, I think it overlays the shitty fucking low frame rate, low res thermal over either the day sight or an image intensifier. I forget which. It might be over the image intensifier, but it's a really fucked up system that, in hindsight, makes absolutely no sense. But it's going to be really cool to use. I've got to sleep since 5 AM in a real country. Good streaming. Good to see you, man. Sleep well, and yeah, I would recommend checking this out sometime. If you really want, like, a super fleshed out, tons of content game, it's not quite there yet, but it's heading there, and these are the kinds of devs that will actually get there and follow through on it. But yeah, like, if you just want to drive cool tanks and get some reps in, it's already very much a playable game. Single player only at the moment, but multiplayer is going to be a core feature. Co-op for sure, multi-crew, so you can have your friends, you know, driving while you gun or whatever. That's all planned. PvP is a maybe. I suspect if they do PvP, it'll probably be something where you have one team as all players and the other team is, like, maybe a couple players and then a bunch of AI, or like a player controlling a bunch of AI. It'll be like probably, certainly my view of how multiplayer should work, PvP wise. And I think probably they've had discussions around this as well. I would expect something kind of like Zombie Master Oid, or like if you're an armor player, something like Zeus. That's what I would expect to see. Because if you make it just straight PvP, everyone's controlling a tank, but like the players are dumb. You know, your customers are stupid. They're going to try and turn it into War Thunder, and they're going to complain when it isn't War Thunder. So you just sidestep that, and they're going to fucking figure out cheese strats and dumb shit like that. Like, look at what happened to ECW in fucking DCS. They find, like, dumb exploitable shit and, like, really stupid meta strats that somehow work even though they shouldn't. You can just sidestep that problem entirely by making the PvP not be symmetrical. You know, each person controls a vehicle, or each person, you know, is multi-crewing a vehicle. You just make it, you know, asymmetrical from the start, and they can't do that. Oh, S5s. Okay, so this was that rocket run that we saw. S5s are not exactly the most powerful thing on Earth. That's a 57mm rocket. It's a heat rocket, but as you can see, it kind of sucks. Unless it penetrates right into the ammo, which it did. And this is me just dead checking this Bradley, which I'm glad I did, because it turns out he was not in fact dead. That should get us for the last few rounds. Oh no, there's... He got lucky. Very lucky. Save a round from one of those tanks. So that was my missile, I think? No? This is one of the AI BMPs. So they were all firing missiles at them too. This is my missile. Fuck, that was a good hit. Right through the turret ring. That's almost dead center of mass. That's the kind of shot you want to take. Dead center of fucking mass. Straight through the turret ring. Under the gun. Fucking Swiss cheese the gunner and the commander. And then some of it ended up in the ammo rack. It's a beautiful hit. Except, he also did this to me. This is my BMP here. Well, it's a good run. And just to remind everyone, check out casualty figures. We did pretty well for nighttime. And these are actually M60A1s. So these guys didn't have thermals. These guys also were stuck with shitty optical coincidence rangefinders. They do have better night vision than us, just barely. They've got passive night vision, so they don't need a fuck-off lamp that tells everyone where you are. However, the passive night vision isn't really that good itself, and so at this range it wouldn't matter, but at close range, I almost feel like the active's kind of more useful. Though they did have a half moon. I think full moon. Full moon, I guess. So that might have helped them. Right, let's try the much more difficult mission. The one that's difficult even in daylight. Outskirts, I think. No. Northfields? Yes, Northfields. Soviet Wall, nighttime. Pretty good outcome for a nighttime strike. Yeah, it was a good one. When you said Leopard, I think the cluster mess Ukraine had with dozen grouped up, knocked out APCs and tanks. Yeah, that was not a pretty sight. It's not something you want to be doing. But okay, actually, I'm going to pause before we get into the mission because I've got a soapbox moment here I want to have. And it relates back to the whole dumb shit narrative that people are starting to cook up again about the supposed superiority of Western gear and this fucking Wunderwaffe shit that they're carrying on with. The whole fucking point of a tank is that it protects the guys inside. It's not that it's unkillable, it's not that it can't be penetrated. Like, the fucking obsession, this insane obsession with, oh, my favourite tank's never been penetrated in combat, oh, my favourite tank's never been knocked out, like, it's unhinged. That's not what a fucking tank's there to do. It's like, it's some real fucking kindergarten slap fight, my dad could beat up your dad shit, except it's adults doing it, and the subject matter involves people dying. It's fucking ridiculous. But the other thing is, you know, the whole narrative of, oh, well, our tanks are better, because even though they got knocked out, they'll be sent and they'll be repaired back at the depot, and they'll be back in action again. Although you can't knock out a Leopard or an Abrams, they'll just repair it. You fucking well can. There's a specific percentage of surface area of the vehicle that if it's burnt out past that percentage, they just scrap it, because what normies don't seem to understand is metal needs to be heat treated to a certain fucking specification for it to, you know, for it to function as armor. If it's not heat treated correctly, it either won't function as armor steel, or, even better, it'll just fuck the metal anyway, so, you know, it'll be worse than if it wasn't heat treated at all. When you have a significant fire inside the vehicle, like say the fuel tank starts burning, or more likely the ammunition starts burning, once it gets to a certain point, that vehicle's fucked beyond repair, because all the welds will be fucked, all the armor plates will be fucked, the heat treating is completely gone, the gun will be fucked. Like, there's a lot of heat sensitive shit in a tank, even if you ignore the fact the armor itself is heat sensitive. There's a lot of heat sensitive shit in there. You can't just send a burnt out fucking husk back to the depot and magically they fucking repaint it and fix it. You know, it's a bit fucking scuzzy looking, just paint over it and it's good, just send it back out. That's not how that shit works. It's a write-off. Now, maybe they're taking like the 2 intact parts out of the vehicle that didn't burn and putting them in a new build hull and saying, oh, it's the same vehicle, and they're cheating at statistics. That wouldn't be unheard of. Plenty of people have done that in the past. That's also, by the way, how you bypass a number of bits of paperwork when you're registering a restored or like a rebuilt World War II Warbird. As long as you've got an original part, you just say, oh yeah, it's the same plane. It's ship of Theseus shit, right? But this whole concept that you can send a Leopard back to a depot and, oh, they didn't actually lose a Leopard because it'll be back in action next week. Okay, well, first of all, it's more than 50% burnt out, so no, that thing's going to the scrap heap, regardless. Second of all, what depot is this going to happen at? Because the last I checked, they're already fucking understaffed, overworked, and they can't keep up with demand. So how exactly is this going to happen? Like this delusional fucking idea that just because it's fucking Western-made equipment, it's somehow a war winner. This fucking Wunderwaffe mentality. Because the guys that relied on wonder weapons really performed well the last war, huh? Like, you really want to be mimicking the guys that did that last time. Are you fucking serious? Like, do people not realize the Germans lost World War II? They lost it so fucking hard, their country got divided in half for the remainder of the fucking century? Do people just miss that? Like, it's nuts. If you want to look at the actual workhorse in Ukraine, it's a fucking T-64. It's a BMP-1 or BMP-2. There's still a lot of BMP-1s in Ukraine. They're getting shit done. If you want to look at the actual fucking vehicles that are the absolute workhorses of this fucking conflict, it's T-64s, BMPs, MTLBs, and yeah, they might not stand up well to a modern fucking tank round or modern ATGM hitting them. Yeah, they might not be the greatest, most fucking modern thing on the battlefield anymore, but you know what? They get the fucking job done. You know, a number of the Ukrainian T-64s have been upgraded with thermals anyway, but they're good, solid vehicles. There, at least, was a plentiful supply of them, maybe not anymore. But the other thing, like, the Russians have kicked their tank manufacturing back into gear, at least a little bit. It's still a fucking joke compared to what the Soviets could do on any given Tuesday, but still, the Russians can produce tanks at a rate where NATO experts, Western experts, think that's not possible. Well, no, it's not possible for us because we don't know how to build anything anymore because we outsourced it all to fucking poor countries. That's why we don't think it's possible, is because we can't fucking do it. We could in the 80s, we can't now. The Russians can, because they didn't completely outsource all their manufacturing. Sure, a lot of it got fucking lost off the back of a truck or just left to rot, but they still have enough there that they can kick it back into gear, right? The shit getting things done in Ukraine is all fucking Soviet spec kit. Like, the Western shit they sent in, they lost how many fucking Bradleys and Leopards right off the bat? Like, complete losses. They got completely written off. Now, a lot of the guys that were in them did actually end up surviving, which is good. It means they're doing what they're designed to do. The guys inside, you know, came out not so worse for wear. That's what they're supposed to do. That's a fucking W there. Doesn't matter if the fucking tank can get rebuilt or not. I don't fucking give a shit. The guys survived. Maybe if the West could actually produce shit, maybe if they hadn't sold maybe if they hadn't sold themselves down the river, it wouldn't even be an issue because they could just replace it with another tank. But they can't because we don't build anything anymore. So, but yeah, like, it's all older gear getting shit done. Even on the Russian side, it's mostly older gear getting shit done. It's like the fucking Cambrian extinction event, but for fucking Cold War era gear. Both sides of the Cold War. But that's what it is. That's what it is. And yeah, like, Soviet MBTs of the 50s, 60s, 70s, you gotta remember, a T-64, that design is fundamentally a 1950s design. That thing was entering service in the mid-60s. Like, it is a 1950s design. So, yeah, it's not super survivable if it gets penetrated. That should surprise nobody. It's a very small tank. There's a lot of shit cluttered in a very small space. And it was designed in the fucking 50s and early 60s. It has very good armor for the 50s and early 60s. Not so much anymore. Like, yeah, that shouldn't surprise people. It's a bit of a death trap now if it gets penetrated. You know what else is a death trap if it gets penetrated? An M60, a Leopard 1, a Leopard 2, because the ammo is not, like, only, I think only the ready rack in a Leopard 2 is got blowout panels and blast doors and shit. The rest is just stowed in the hull like it would have been back in the day. Like any Western tank contemporary to a fucking 64 or T-72 or T-80, they're all fucking death traps if they get penetrated too. In a lot of cases, worse death traps. Like, there's so many fucking bad takes flying around about this shit because people just read whatever dumb shit David Axe, that motherfucker, writes. that specific guy, a fucking curse on him and 3 generations of his fucking family. God, the takes he's responsible for are just so bad. But yeah, they'll read whatever article he's churned out for fucking... Who is it he writes for? Financial Times, Business Insider? I forget which one. It's one of the fucking Bugman papers. Yeah, they'll just parrot that. And they won't engage their brain for 2 seconds to do some critical thinking. I mean, I know it's easier to do that and to not use your brain to do some critical thinking. I know it's unfashionable to say anything bad about Western equipment, or even not positive about Western equipment, or it might be bad to say anything good about Soviet-designed equipment, even though the Ukrainians are reliant on Soviet-designed equipment, and the T-64, which has been the absolute workhorse of this conflict, was designed and built in the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just saying. But yeah, bad takes. Dumb people talking about shit that they really had no station to speak about. That's life, I guess. We're actually going to play the game now. So that's about 1,000 meters, maybe a little over 1,000 meters to that rise where we expect the enemy to come over. We're going to drop Illume behind it. And we're going to pre-range the gun out to 1200. And I am expecting this to be very painful. We might speed up just a tad, sprint up to the crest ourselves, and then we'll get set to engage. Obsolete doesn't mean useless? Oh, who would have thought? Well, I mean, to be fair to Westerners, we live in a society... Haha, he said the thing. We live in a society where... I'll hold that thought. They're going to start panicking really soon. Hey, I can actually see reasonably well. That was a good flare drop. They can't see us. Well, they can, because thermals, but you know what I mean. At this range, well, I mean at most ranges, but especially this far out, the Bradleys will have trouble penetrating us frontally, and we'll have the same trouble penetrating them frontally. I'm almost tempted to go to the ATGM, but I kind of want to save that for if an actual tank turns up. Bradley on the left's probably run out of AP. We'll be reloading. We're getting smoke already dropped on us, probably. The variable rate of fire on the BMP's gun is a planned feature, by the way. It just hasn't been implemented yet. You know what? We've done our job. We've found the enemy. I'm just gonna do one of these ones so I don't get our entire force fucking killed. Especially since he just called that out. I'm gonna put 2 lots of CAS on there. I'm gonna drop artillery on their axis of advance. And we're gonna back the fuck out of here. We don't have engine smoke on this thing at the moment, so we're just gonna... Oh, my poor dude. He's kind of skylined there. Okay. These guys should run away automatically once I switch to the 64s. Oh, only one survived. Rip. So, battle position Antonov, where it wants us to engage from, It has a good view over the area, but it's also a hill. We're in a T-64. We do not have the greatest gun depression at the best of times. Also, it's night time. I kind of don't want to fight from the hilltop if I can help it. I'm also going to pre-range the gun 2 kilometers, I reckon. Turn Delta D off so it's not fighting me. We'll park ourselves up here in the tree line. That glare there was our BMP spotlight. He's driving back towards us to get away from all the scary, nasty Americans. Run, little BMP, run! Problem is he's flashbanging us every single time he fucking looks our way. I might shift over slightly, because this tree on my front left is obstructing my line of sight a little. This is still not an ideal position to engage from. There are probably better places to set up, I just haven't really explored them yet. He's behind a tree. They're way out there. It's 2,600 maybe? It's probably actually less than that, it's just hard to range the tree trunk at this distance. No, it is 26. You didn't like that. We're getting smoked. I'm gonna drop Illume here. That's probably too far back because they are advancing on us at reasonable speed. Hey Saber, good to see you, man. We did some F1 earlier in DCS. There's a Hind over there. That's the helicopter you can hear. He's probably not going to last very long though. Oh my boys, we're all good so far. See him just barely. Oh, he sees me too. Fuck. It's not an ideal position. Main gun barrel compromised. We're going to bail the guys out of this tank. It's now combat ineffective. There's no point leaving them in it to die. Our other 64 on the other flank went down. They're firing M833, as I mentioned before, which will quite happily penetrate most of our tank at this range, although it looks like he's down to heat. It's on his reserve rack. Fuck, we just got tracked. Oh, we knocked him out. Beautiful. I just saw... Turn off my fucking moth light. Movement. Oh, I did see movement. About 1,400 meters-ish. 15. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, no, we lost it. Okay. So we're going to get some reinforcements. These guys are in the town. We'll just leave them for now, but we're going to get some reinforcements coming in from the flank. We're going to bring in some more air support, just one aircraft, because I want to save the others, just in case. Oh, I started playing Phantom Liberty, by the way. I just got to sort out an issue. My game's been crashing on me at one particular point in one of the fucking missions for El Capitan. Should probably space our guys out a little more. It's still pretty early on. I've got to go to the fucking thingo to contact old mate through the fucking hotline. So, still quite early. smoke is not helping me much. Drop another Illume mission a little closer, I think. They're probably over there. Nope. Oh, shit. Let's call it 1200-ish. Looks like it is. Remember, he can see me through their smoke. I can't see him through anybody's. Drop that back there, maybe. He's like... Fuck, where is he? Just on the far side of town. He's like there-ish. Pretty much dead on 1300. Looks like he's knocked out. What's the other one? They might not have a good angle on me from there. They appear kind of oblivious. Also, I think I just damaged his fucking turret traverse or something. Oi! Okay, never mind. He saw me. I shouldn't be sitting in one position like that for so long. It's a bad idea. Where? He's smoking us. There you are. Was it 1300? We're gonna drop our own smoke. So my left-hand wingman's down. Oh, sorry, no, that was the fucking platoon leader. That's right. There's the left-hand wingman. He's still good. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get off this fucking high ground. Just put him in column for now so he doesn't expose himself on the left. Delta D's running, which is good. We want that. We're going to scooch down here. The T-64 is really fucking nimble. Like, it, on paper, the numbers aren't much better than the T-72, but in-game it feels way more spry. Way more, especially on a downhill. Then back into line. Gotta remember, the T-64's got less horsepower to play with, but it's also a couple of times lighter. Also, the engine's just generally like a higher performance engine. Less horsepower, but higher performance. It's not ideal. We're gonna be kind of on a slope to him. It's back in there somewhere. There's one. Not sure if he's active. Hit short. Let's call it 1700. Okay, that's a good hit. He's calling this guy, who I can kind of see through the tree. Okay, that put the wind up him. 1700's a tad high. Hold on, man. Dealing with these. The other thing that worries me is if any of the Bradleys survived, we might catch a toe in the face from long range, which is not going to be fun. But got him in the ammo, through the roof it looks like. 3BM32 really is the stuff that Dreams are made of. And these are, I think, base model M1s, not IPs.
Прекратить огонь!
I love hearing those words when I'm shooting at M1s. Ah, hello.
Подкалиберный. На 30. Танк. Цель понял. Огонь.
Probably about the same range, maybe a little closer. Gotta account for the cant, since there's no cant correction on the 64A, there is on the 64B. Oh, that was a nasty little shot.
Прекратить огонь!
Got me in the track, but he's knocked out. Let's drop some more loom behind the town. How are we going on vehicles? Not well. Not well. But it could be worse. So we'll take this guy, who's now inherited platoon leadership since he's still mobile and the other one isn't. There are worse places to be tracked, I guess. Hello.
Hi Ross, I have confession to make.
Hey, Monarch.
MT72 fan. I'm sorry, the 64
That's alright.
is still
I won't
chat.
hold it against you too much. Cheers to the sub, man. Appreciate it. Do a little A-B testing to make sure we got the range more or less correct. We have the range, in fact, completely correct. I don't know if this guy is knocked out or not, so I'm just going to put a couple rounds into him to make sure. Those look like they're hitting around the turret ring, so they should actually penetrate him quite happily. So T-64, in addition to the smoke grenade discharges, it also has the engine smoke system. However, it's worth noting that the engine smoke system is not going to obscure thermals. Thermals can see through engine smoke just as happily as they can see through anything else. So it's not something you can really rely on to hide you from an Abrams. Hey, buddy. Hello. Still low. I think he might be knocked out, or at least his weapon might be damaged, because he's not... seems incapable of firing at me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this 64 parked here, and I'm going to take... I'm going to take the 64, not the BMP. The BMP is quicker and a smaller target, but I want something with an actual, like, real big boy gun on it to do this, and a little bit of armor protection. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this guy out for a bit of a drive. We're going to see if we can spot whatever Abrams is still alive. There's one.
Подкалиберный. На 35. ПТР. Цель понял. Огонь.
There's a Bradley.
Огонь.
There's a fucking Bradley.
Прекратить огонь.
Where? Oof. There. Okay, so this guy's now tracked. And there's a fucking Bradley out there somewhere. Bitch. Well, it probably won't be able to hit him now because he's at least pulled back behind a building. Now I have to go and deal with this, with a single mobile T-64 and a single mobile BMP. Excellent. What I'm going to do is I'm going to... That's the Hind. The Hind had a bad day. Like that American pilot said, in his comment. They provide brilliant illumination for the fixed-wing flyboys to find their targets at night. What we're going to do is we're going to circle back around this side of Battle Point Antonov, which is where our initial platoon was stationed, up there. See the smoke from the tank that got blown up. We're going to park this 64 around here in this copse of trees. We're going to bring that BMP up and put it probably over here somewhere if we have time. We're going to let the Americans roll into this valley and hopefully catch them in a way that allows us to He's drunk. He must have scraped a tree and it flipped him over. Like I said, there's a certain physics bug at the moment they know of and will fix at some point, which if you scrape up against terrain objects at the right angle, it fucking launches you into space. I'm gonna park this guy. It's actually quite bright. It's a full moon. We probably don't need to worry too much about night vision. We can just use illume flares and mark one eyeball. So we'll park this 64 here at the moment. We'll pre-range his gun. That's actually where I do need some light. We'll pre-range his gun to about 800 meters. And then we'll... This one's tracked, we can't do anything with him. He's just going to have to fight in place. Die in place, more accurate. So he... Oh fuck, he's so exposed and he's got his ass towards them. This is the direction they're going to be coming from. And then we'll grab this BMP. When you see BMPs maneuvering in tight spaces with their stabilizer turned on, this is what they'll do. They'll elevate the gun all the way up so it doesn't schwack on things. It's a little more difficult for a fucking tank with a like 10-meter long barrel overhang, but we're going to call in Cass up here. To hopefully whittle them down before they get the bulk of their force into position. It's really risky because this is right where they drive through. Oh, that 64 is already getting engaged. He's probably going to be dead very shortly. Now, the Bradleys would be a good target for this guy to chew up. The problem is they're going to sit back behind the tanks. What I might do is, even though actually this is pointless because they all have thermals, they can all see through it, but we'll just scoot this guy down here and try and get him into a tree line nice and quick. Those are my smoke grenades. You can see, oh, sorry, those are. You can see how far out they fire. 300 odd meters. That was our Cass firing rockets. Oh, okay, this bad. That's a Bradley. Don't even see it. This was maybe not the best choice. There it is. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to fuck the tree line. We're going to turn him bow onto the Bradleys here, and we're going to start... Oh shit, that's a fucking Abrams. We're going to start engaging them. 64s are knocking them out. That's good to see. So if the tanks stay focused on their tanks, this guy can focus on the Brads. Problem is, they're kind of at an angle to us at long range, so It's not very effective fire. And that was a tank. Okay, I'm gonna move. Too late. This is the guy that's tracked in the tank. Oh fuck, okay. This guy. Oh shit. Not good, not good, not good. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. Oh, we are in so much shit. Yeah. We have a single tank that's immobilized in a position where it's useless. So this is, I think, the first time I've actually failed this mission. Although, having said that, we still have air support, so maybe they can save the day. I doubt it. Let's start calling Artie, Illume, maybe just to help out the air support. I don't know if they're going to push all the way down to this 64, like if he'll be able to fight, but I don't think so. I should... Oh, you know what? I should have fucking smoked that. I'm such a dipshit. I forgot I had it. If I'd smoked that as I crossed it, I could have got the BMP across just fine. They wouldn't have been able to see me, even through the, you know, because even with their thermals, the actual smoke Artie would have blocked it. Could have set the BMP up in that tree line. 64 set up over here, pincer him. Fuck. Oh well. What's done is done. So what we're going to do is, we're just going to grab the free cam and go see what our air support does. Air support and artillery. So there's a couple of Abrams down there. It's like an entire platoon of Bradleys made it through, and maybe 2 M1s, 3 M1s. There's 2 moving. I think there might have been more get through though. I think they move in 2 sections. Here comes our air support. Oh, we brassed something up. Pair of M1s. Didn't kill him. Oh, sorry, just a single M1. He just missed the first burst of rockets. Might have immobilized it, but it's still active. Okay. We got one more call on the air support, which is definitely not going to be enough to kill those, but we'll try it. You know what? I almost wonder, since I only had the one mobile tank left and then a single BMP, maybe I should just park them on the reverse slope, let these guys drive right past, then ambush them out of the left flank. Well, my left flank there, right. That's probably what I should have done. Park up around those wrecks, wait for them to drive past, then roll them. But, you know, how am I going to know they're driving past unless I can see them, right? Because the radio system's not in at the moment. They have to pull it back out to fix a bug. This mission at night's pretty hard. I'd say it's probably one of the harder ones to do at night. It'll be interesting to see the loss figures though. Even if we don't successfully accomplish it, I'm just curious to see what kind of losses we inflicted on them versus what we took ourselves. So here comes the jet. He's looking for a target. I think he found one. It's a MiG-23BN. With rockets. Still active, man. That was the last of our air support. So they got 1 Abrams that's mobility killed but active. They got 2 through at least to their objective, and then 4 Bradleys. I think 4 Bradleys? 3 maybe? Or the 4th one's parked in amongst the fucking pine crash wreckage. And then we can do this to kind of cheat. Yeah, okay, so that last 64 will not be able to engage them because he can't see them. So we'll just pop the crew out and they can live to fight another day. That's not bad, considering the outcome, and considering we were fighting Abrams at night and Bradleys at night. We lost 10 crew, they lost 17. We lost 13 tanks, they lost, well, 13 tanks and BMPs, they lost 13. It's not the worst. Could have been better, but not the worst. There's going to be a lot of stuff in the after-action report, because the Bradleys, well, and the BMPs just spamming autocannons at each other. You can see, from 1,000 meters away, both the Bradley and the BMP-2 have a lot of trouble penetrating each other frontally. When they do, it's usually through an optic or something like that, through a weak spot. Aiming at weak spots is not a thing, because as you can see, even at 1,000 meters, the dispersion on the gun is pretty much the size of the enemy vehicle. You want to aim center of scene mass. Like, nobody, I mean nobody in the military, not even snipers, are trained to aim fucking for weak spots or headshots or whatever. You aim for the center of what you can see. Because it's better to hit it, and maybe, like, hit it but not penetrate it, than to just miss it altogether. At least if you hit it, they might panic and run away. So the whole, you know, War Thunder Brain gamer mindset of aiming at weak spots, trying to fucking snipe, you know, like a fucking machine gun mount or some shit from 2 kilometers away, just, no, that does not happen. There might be situations where, you know, once you get close enough that the gun's mechanical accuracy allows it, in desperation, maybe you'd start aiming at specific things, hoping to get something through, but if you're in that kind of situation, you're probably fucking gonna die, so just don't. Usually whoever wins a tank engagement is the same as whoever wins an aviation engagement, air engagement. It's the guy that sees the other guy first and gets the first effective shot. That's it. That's what decides it. It's not the vehicle, it's not the armor, it's not the size of the gun, it's not where they hit them, it's just, do they see them first? Do they get the first effective shot? Because even if the first shot doesn't penetrate the other vehicle, the crew's going to start fucking panicking. And a crew that's panicking is a crew that's not thinking. Let's skip through these because they're all going to be much of a muchness. I could skip through them even faster if I turn the filters on, but I do want to see what the AI were doing as well as what I was doing, so we won't filter it by player involved only. I also want to see what our air support was doing. It's interesting, sometimes the CAS is dead-eyed, and sometimes they're absolutely fucking hopeless. So it's not like they're consistently going to, you know, fucking 9-hole you every single fucking time. There is a bit of, I don't know if I'd say random chance involved, but like they're not going to be consistent in their performance, just like you wouldn't expect them to be consistent in their performance. You see those M1s were parked up in the dead ground where we couldn't see them. They're parked only a couple 100 meters behind the Bradleys. Probably not even, probably like 100, 200 meters behind the Bradleys. We couldn't see them because of the hill. There are a few interesting situations, particularly in the campaign missions, some of the spoiling attacks, where if you're not careful, that will happen and you'll roll right onto a crest and you'll realize that there are enemy tanks within 100 meters looking directly at you and you're skylined. I had that happen to me the other day. It did not end well, as you might imagine. Okay, so now we're getting into the meaty stuff. So yeah, he got knocked out by an Abrams, which I kind of expected. Fucking Fab 250 gaming. How's that for a good drop? Right under its engine. that would have killed it. Here's the Hind taking a few shots. The DCS players will appreciate this. The GHPC Discord of late has been full of people complaining that helicopters, the Hind in particular, are too difficult to kill and they take way too much damage before they fuck off. Now, I agree they should probably fuck off after they start taking effective fire, and they should probably try and break line of sight a bit more. Now, it's worth noting that trying to get the AI to not fly into terrain or trees or each other while also performing attack runs is probably a lot harder than it sounds. So I'm not overly fussed that they're not doing the proper grinder pattern attack where they're not exposing themselves and they're flying low to the ground, they're doing all the racetrack shit. It doesn't matter that much, like really it doesn't matter that much. And in Fulda, with the terrain as it is, you probably would see a lot more use of popping up. Not so much from Hinds maybe, but it's a thing that they could do. But what people are complaining about is like, oh, I hit it and it didn't kill it. There was one guy who actually is a M1 crewman, I believe, who was convinced that a Sabre round, even hitting the skid of a helicopter, would just implode the whole thing from the amount of force involved, that's not how physics works, my guy. Good example, I won't name him, but a good example of why someone being in the military, even like a tank crewman talking about something tangentially related to tanks, don't take them as gospel, because I never heard more bullshit in my life about small arms than when I was in an infantry section. Like, don't assume someone's an expert just because they were in the fucking military. Quite often it's the other way around. Especially like outside their actual field that they're trained in. Like, if it's outside the specific piece of equipment they were trained to operate and the specific conditions they were trained to operate it in, that's very important given recent current events. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about and should just be ignored. So anyway, unless they do some sort of, outside research on the topic. Yeah, so like according to this guy, that would have killed the Hind. Like, no, of course not. It didn't fucking do anything. It didn't hit anything. It just grazed one of the winglets. At most, it might have damaged some of the wiring for the ATGMs or whatever. Like, that's not an effective hit. It might rattle the crew slightly, but then again, like a tank Sabo, it's not going to impart more, like, that much force to a helicopter. This thing's fucking hollow, right? It's a big fucking chungus, but it's a hollow chungus. It's an aircraft. It's built to be light. There's a lot of empty space. It's just aluminium, right? So this isn't going to do much. And really, the helicopter crew probably don't have much frame of reference to tell whether they were just hit by a 7.62 rifle round, a fucking 50 cal round, or a fucking tank Sabo, as long as it doesn't hit anything important, and they can't see the hole that it left. Would you like to touch Broken Arrow? I'm kind of on the fence about it. Broken Arrow has like there's a lot of... It's weird. It has a lot of like 70s and 80s units in it, but then it's also got like the hyper modern fucking bullshit Tusk 69 upgrade for the Abrams or whatever. It's like, I'm not interested in the modern shit, and the Cold War stuff is kind of like, unless you're playing a gentleman's rules kind of game where everyone agrees not to use it, then like you can't avoid it getting dunked on by the newer stuff. The other thing that kind of I'm not sure about is it's not well optimized. Like, their art spec is bizarrely high fidelity for what the game is. So, like, while I have a reasonably good PC, I don't expect it to run super well. So I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out at some point, but I don't think it's really my type of game so much. So yeah, that is an ineffective shot at a Mi-24. He's not going to care about that. He's really not going to care about that. Okay, here we have me engaging in Abrams. So like I said, the 3BM32 will penetrate the Abrams frontally across its entire frontal arc at about 1,500 meters for an original M1, at about 800 to 1,000 for an M1 IP, because the M1 IP has thicker frontal armor. However, we are at 2,000 meters here, and you can see it's kind of at the edge of its performance. It's getting stopped by the turret cheeks. It will probably still penetrate the hull. If you got the angle flat on, so if he had his turret traverse the other way and I hit that flat on, it might get through. I have had a 3BM32 go through a turret cheek of an Abrams at about 2,400, 2,500 meters, but it was because it hit flat on. So this is me getting tracked. This is what killed the Hind, right there. That's an effective shot because that just shredded his rotor assembly. That would have dropped him like a fucking rock. Also went through the tail rotor. So you can see here, like, you can see, if we get him highlighted against the sky, you can see the size of the Hind, and you can see just how small of an area you have to hit to actually do something to it. Because, like, again, DCS players will probably know a lot of this already, but, okay, so the cockpit, you got a fairly small target. The cockpit is armoured. It's not armoured enough to do anything to a tank saber, but it's armoured enough to block most autocannon rounds at a certain distance and angle, and pretty much all small arms. I think the frontal aspect's more armoured than the side. Certainly the perspex isn't going to stop much. The laminated glass windscreen will. But you've got to hit the cockpit pretty much directly for it to do much. If a round comes through the cockpit but doesn't hit the crew, like, yeah, it could damage some controls, but it's not a guarantee. Here you have the ATGM sight, that's the periscope, and you've got the Raduga, the antenna for guiding the ATGMs. Maybe, and then the turret. Maybe at some point those will have hitboxes. I don't know if it really matters that much. Like, if you're getting to the point where you're damaging those, you probably should just be hitting it in the fucking center of mass, and that will bring it down. But, like, front on, the target area you have to hit is not that much larger than a human silhouette. Like, a standing man is about the size of the target area you have for the crew. And then you've got the turbines and the gearbox. That's it. The troop compartment is the center of scene mass from the side. Like, if you hit a Hind center of mass from the side, you're not hitting anything. There's nothing there. Literally, there's nothing there. It's empty space. The main fuel tank is behind the troop compartment, but it's a fuel tank. Like, you know, you might put a hole in it, it might cause a leak. If you're really lucky, it might aerosolize and something might spark it and cause a fire, but, like, you know, whatever. You have to hit behind the center of mass. That's actually in, like, in this kind of area here. Behind the crew, in this area here, that's all your, like, inverters, your rectifiers, all your, like, electrical equipment is in that bay. If you hit that, yeah, it might cause them some problems. Their weapons might not be effective anymore, but they can probably still fly. Turbines, obviously, if you hit those, it's going to have problems, particularly if you hit both of them. Gearbox, that's pretty much an instant kill right there. Rotor is an instant kill. Tail rotor and tail gearbox, like, it can fly without those. In GHPC, I think it just treats as an instant kill and they'll spiral in. But it can actually technically fly without the tail rotor. It just has to do it very carefully and keep its speed up. The avionics boxes in the tail are all, like, right about where the red star is. Those are for the weapon systems and things like that. If those get knocked out, it'll degrade its combat capability, but it's not going to kill it. It can still fly without them. Like, the secondary fuel tank is in the floor. You got some avionics under the crew, but, like, really, there's not a lot that you can hit on a Hind that will insta-give it, so to speak. So people complaining that, oh, I shot like 3 or 4 Sabre rounds through it and they did nothing. Well, did you hit the crew? No. Did you hit the engines? No. There's your problem. And, you know, trying to rules lawyer about, well, maybe you should make the damage enhanced so that a single Sabre will kill it just because balance. Like, yeah, but then what happens when they add infantry? They'll be shooting fucking man-pads at them. What happens when they add air defense units like Vulcans and Shilkas that'll chew them to pieces? What happens when there's SAMs involved? Like, it's just, or, you know, even the 50 cal anti-aircraft machine gun on your own tank, you can use that. What happens then? Like, you won't need to worry about it anymore. You can just hose them down with the machine gun. Anyway, here's a Bradley getting fucked on, except it's already been abandoned. Again, you can see 2,000 meters, 3BM32 just isn't quite enough to get through the turret cheek. Even a Conker's got blocked. Damn. Oh, damn. Lucky M1. That was what knocked out my gun. It just went straight into the muzzle and fucked the gun barrel. Then, like I said, through the hull armor. So nearly 2,000 meters, 3 BM32 straight through the hull. Doesn't give a fuck. That was our little BMP friend that ran away, getting slapped around. Then this was my tank getting knocked out. BMP in the village getting knocked out. Here we go, 1,200 meters straight through the upper plate. The upper plate on the Abrams is comically thin, just because the angle was expected to do all the work by shattering incoming sabos. Well, I had just enough of a uphill angle on him, and 3BM32 is designed in such a way that it doesn't give a shit about that, and it went straight through him. S5 rockets blew by a sign nerf, I know, right? That's what I should have done on Ligmas. I should have done some ground attack. Maybe next weekend, if I've got time to do it, I might see if I can sneak a stream in, or like Friday afternoon. Next Friday afternoon, maybe. I might see if I can sneak a stream in. We'll do some out-of-ground stuff on the Ligmas, maybe. Yep. That was this guy getting popped because I was a dipshit and sat on an exposed ridgeline skylining myself. Yeah, 1,300 meters, even though it came in at kind of an awkward angle through the turret cheek, it just didn't give a shit, went through that, went through the gun breach, fucked up the crew. But apparently Red just didn't have people flying out of ground. I did fly a couple of sorties with the MiG-21, but my bombing skills are very, very rusty, so I didn't actually kill anything. I tried, but it was a swing and a miss. Yeah, center of mass, almost, through the hull plates, through the turret ring, down into the crew. That was the one that threw the blowout panels, so yeah, that came in at a kind of stanky angle, but then it just hitting the hatch, I guess, was enough to swang it down into the ammo. That was him getting tracked in a really, really awkward spot. See Masters of the Air. I've watched a few clips of it. I haven't actually watched a full episode yet. It looks alright. I was kind of expecting it to be overproduced and like over the top. I think it's better than I expected, but there are some things I still think are kind of eh. I wonder if they'll do one for tank crew next. Like Fury, except not Marvelized. Not that I didn't like Fury, it was a decent movie. Just, you know, like an actual based on reality sort of thing. Or an Eastern Front one. Haha, funny joke, no one's gonna do that fucking now. Least of all, do it justice. At least not from the good guy perspective. They'll do it from the bad guy perspective, but not the good guys. That's politically incorrect now. Ooh. Yeah, that was not good for him. He was tracked on a hillside with his back to the enemy. There wasn't really much that he could do though. I probably should have just bailed the crew, but I was hoping he'd get one or two quick shots off before they got him. Then this was me getting caught in the open, so I bit off more than I could chew. Nice shot from the 64 there. Lucky, but nice. Oh, beauty. 500 meters. There's no way, no how that the Abrams turret's stopping that. It just went straight through. Buried itself in the bustle rack. That was a good shot. Straight through the gun mantlet. See the gun breach actually stopped the projectile itself, but the spalling did the rest. That was, I think, what finished our BMP. Yep, that finished the BMP off. Got unlucky there. Yeah, shattered, okay. So that's how the Abrams upper plate's supposed to work. It's meant to shatter the incoming rounds. That's why it's not very thick. It doesn't really need to be, or at least it didn't really need to be. And you don't want to be adding excess weight to the tank where you don't have to, especially like far from the center of mass. Every bit of extra weight you put on the front of the tank is going to cause you more problems with the suspension. It's going to make it just more of a headache in general. So where you can economize, you do. And in the case of the Abrams and the Leopard and most tanks of this kind of general armor layout, the upper plate is where they do that. Actually, during my little rant earlier about dipshit takes about the war, that was something I was going to mention, but I got sidetracked. The Charlie 2. I have a soft spot for the Charlie 2. It's a shit box, but it's a good looking shit box. The Charlie 2 was hyped up as an impervious armor. Where have I heard that before? It'll swing the tide of the war completely. Literally the first day they were deployed to combat, somebody posted a video of a completely fucking cooked out Charlie 2. Completely. No hope of recovery. Just done. With a T-64 BV sitting next to it, seemingly intact. What more can you ask for? The tank that everyone thinks is going to swing the tide of the war, knocked out on its first day, complete loss, versus the tank that's been getting shit done since the fucking 70s, is the main fucking weight carrier in the war, and, you know, whatever killed the Charlie apparently didn't kill it. Yeah, that was not survivable by any measure. That was the one that finished us off. And then we've got, oh, S5 hit, but didn't get through the ammo compartment. Sadly. Whole side stopped it. Okay, yeah, so that was it. So he only landed one direct hit and a couple where the spalling hit the tracks, and his one direct hit was too low on the vehicle to really do much. He tried, I guess. Alright, so let's do the other new mission. I think there's an option to do that one at night. If not, we'll do it in daylight. It's a cool mission. Have I done Longer Road on stream yet? Wait, yes I have. Longer Road is the Halloween spoopy one where the T-64 was first introduced. Definitely did that on stream. Northfields. Boulder Limit. Okay, there's no night option, so we'll do it during the day. Boulder Limit is, it lives up to its name. At some point we'll probably get, the joke's been Boldest Limit, where you're like a single platoon of M1s fighting an entire fucking Soviet company, well, actually entire Soviet regiment. Battalion or regiment. I think this is about a battalion from memory that we're fighting, so it'll probably be a regiment. So I think it's about 12 or 13 64s and twice or 3 times that number in BMP. So yeah, that's a battalion. Motor rifle battalion. If it's a tank one, then yeah, it'd be more than that, but motor rifles, I think it was just 4 platoons of tanks, and then the rest was all carriers. Okay. I was going to go take control of the other guys and move them into slightly better cover, but never mind, we're already being engaged. Identified tank on the way. Oh, fuck, I'll take that. That was a good hit. Identified tank on the way. Boom. I saw Hind for like half a second there. Identified tank on the way. We've got a pretty good little fucking pie slice on him here through these 2 trees, hey? That's smoke. It's blocking line of sight from our other guy. That's their smoke, so it will block their thermals too. I'm going to start calling in air support. And I'm also going to start dropping smoke on our guys. Our smoke doesn't obscure thermals, so hopefully that'll prevent them getting dunked on too hard while they can still shoot through it. Identified tank. Identified. Oh shit, hello. Yeah, I noticed. I panicked there, and I shouldn't be doing that. The Abrams doesn't actually have Hunter Killer, not until a much later variant, so I shouldn't be doing that. It's kind of cheaty. I kind of suspect it might get taken away from it at some point. It's kind of wild how long it took the Americans to implement Hunter Killer in their tanks. The Brits had it since like the 50s. The Soviets had it since the 50s. The Americans took fucking forever to implement. I can't even see this guy through the fucking smoke. Okay, fine. I'm going to restock my Sabo. I'm going to tell my platoon to stay here, and I'm going to pull back into some dead ground and grab one of the other Abrams. Well, the other Abrams. I only have one wingman here. Oh, and he's restocking too. Fuck my life. Never mind. We'll pull back the 2 of them. We'll drop another round of smoke in front of objective... Oh shit, I should have put it in front of fucking battle position pop-up. That's where our Abrams are. Drop some arty in there. Right, since they're both restocking, I'm going to grab this guy. What can you see? A whole lot of nothing at the moment. Is that a... Did I just see a Hind still airborne? No, it's just smoke. Uh-oh. Now it's getting bad. So, oh shit, we don't have any fucking smoke left either. Well boys, it was an honor serving with you. Stick with this. Oh, Jesus. Just the gunner and commander still up. We'll go for the easier target, who's in the open. And we'll miss. You know what, sometimes discretion is a better part of valor. Hopefully these guys have at least some rounds reloaded. Okay, they do. Right there.
Gunner, stable tank! Identified! Fire! Target! Next target! Gunner, stable tank!
Oh, that's close. That's very, very close.
Fire! Target! Next target! Gunner, stable tank! Steady! Identified! Fire!
He's looking at us.
Target! Re-engage! Steady!
Is he? Okay, he's bailed.
On! Identified! Fire! Target! Next target! Gunner, stable PC! Steady!
Just saw an ATGM flying at us.
On!
Not full interiors like Steel Beast level, they'll probably just be like, you know, a sort of darkened interior. You might be able to make out vague shapes in it, but it's not going to be fully detailed. The dev team's too small, it would take too much time, money, and effort. And realistically, for gameplay purposes, you don't need it. It doesn't actually matter. If you're playing the game like in a sane way, you're never going to be looking at the interior of the tank. You'll be looking through the optics. Like, it's cool to have the interiors of vehicles for cooming purposes, but for actual gameplay, it's actually counterproductive. It doesn't add anything. He said the thing. I forgot to tell him to get back up on online. This is bad, because if the Soviets get to that town, we've fucking failed the objective. Are you still alive? You look like you're still alive. You're gonna get dead checked. He's fighting an ATGM. Oh fuck, hello. Hello. Don't need to tell me twice. Re-engage, oh shit. No, he's surely not. Oh, he is still up. That? That's a fucking knocked out friendly Abrams. That thing peeking over the hill, that's one of our Abrams. So that town is the objective there. We do not want the Soviets getting into that. And they're already hitting it with their smoke grenades, like their actual vehicle smoke grenades, which means they're getting fucking close. There's a 64. He's gonna be hard to hit. Effectively, we're going to start calling in more casts. That's our last two planes. We're going to smoke the town. which is going to make it hard for old mate 113, the absolute Chad there, to engage, but also means they won't die, because I think if we lose all units in the town, we also fucking fail the mission. Now we need to start dead checking things over here. And then once we're fairly certain our left flank is clear, we can push down and finish off that 64 in the gully. He's in a really awkward spot, I can't deal with him at the moment. Yeah, he's got to be dead. He would have reacted to getting hit. I might just push down there now. The thing is, crew animations would be quite a bit of effort for not a lot of gain. Now, it really depends. If they can pick up like a good animator, because I think at the moment Harry's doing a lot of the animations, and Harry is like, he can do them, but he's not really an animator. But if they got like a dedicated animator and they had no other jobs for them to do, maybe then they could do some crew animations. At the moment, just getting the infantry animations done is a problem enough. Oh, fuck me. Ooh, 104. My kind of thing I envisioned, bear in mind that this is just me, a random that talks to the devs coming up with ideas, not actually trying to suggest anything seriously, because, you know, you don't really want to be the ideas guy that annoys the shit out of the devs. But the way I envisioned, like, the closest I would do to interiors if it was up to me, was I'd basically take, so if we just pause the game quickly, I would take the interiors they already have. Not all the vehicles have them, but like the interiors, just so that there's something blocking out the interior when the turret gets thrown. So like, you've got the gun breach, you've got a blocked out gun sight, obviously the Abrams, it's kind of, you know, just the bare minimum. Some other tanks, it's more detailed. But you take something like this, you fill the culled back faces on the inside of that, you maybe put a couple of more blocks of just random shit around the turret. You have that very little lighting in here, very little lighting, so it's just kind of a dark, shadowy space where you can barely make out the silhouettes of the things in front of you, and you can see the silhouettes of the crew moving, but you can't actually make out details. That way you don't have to really go overboard with the crew animations. They can just be kind of, you know, vague movements. They don't have to be super accurate. You don't need to put any details inside the turret that you don't already have in there for when the turret gets thrown and you can see into it anyway. That would be what I would do. Because, like, unless you're doing Steel Beast, clickable, full fidelity shit, you don't need that much detail. And it just ends up being kind of counterproductive. It's cool having that much detail inside a vehicle. I'm glad that some games do that. The problem is that if you want to have a lot of vehicles and a lot of other stuff in your game, let alone if you've got a very small dev team doing it on a budget, you can't really justify it. And really the only gameplay value of it is to just reinforce how blind and claustrophobic a tank is, which you can do just by, you know, doing the periscopes. What's still alive? I'm probably gonna get shot in the side doing this. Oh, where'd that come from? Oh fuck, there's more of them! Bro, where? What kind of fucking interdimensional Gordon Freeman inventory ass fucking space pocket did these guys come from?
Gunner, stable downwind.
Jesus Christ.
Re-engage. Target locked.
Fuck me. And we gotta restock again. Track IR? There's no point having track IR. Track IR is good for flight sims, and you could debatably say it's good for armor. Some people like it, some don't. I'm on the fence about it. It's pointless in this. You just fucking look with the mouse. Like, literally just don't hold the fucking slew key for the turret and look with the mouse. Oh fuck, he's looking right at me. He sees me.
Target! Next target! Gunner! Servo tank! Identified! Fire!
Fuck, the auto lead's gonna screw with me here. Dump lead.
On the way! Short!
And we yeeted it. Fuck.
Fire! Ceasefire!
Pecathorius caught me right towards the end of the stream. We did some Mirage F1 earlier, and now we're getting the absolute shit kicked out of us in GHPC. Oh, I don't need to restock. My loader's dead. I can't restock because my loader's dead. That's right, I forgot. Haha. Fuck. This guy's actually got quite a lot of ammo still on board. Probably because I forgot he existed for half the battle. Really want this game, but 30 bucks is a lot. We'll wait for a sale then. It is a bit pricey considering it's early access and, you know, the game isn't fully fleshed out yet. I get, you know, a lot of people have been, I noticed on Steam reviews saying that, like, it's really pricey for what it is, and that's fair. That's a fair criticism. However, you've also got to bear in mind that these guys don't have a publisher. They're self-publishing it. And they're, like, everything in this game is coming out of their pocket, basically. So the reason it is a bit expensive compared to, you know, some big studio fucking early access game with a similar amount of content is because it's a couple of guys on their own money trying to build a game without a publisher that can hold them by the balls and dictate game design decisions to them. So it's one of those things. Yes, it might be a little more expensive than people would think, but the extra expense is basically ensuring that you don't have a fucking situation where, you know, the devs have a vision of what the game should be, and then their publisher comes in and says, well, actually, no, do this instead. We control the purse strings, you have to do as we say. So, if it is a bit much of a spend for you to justify, I would hold off on picking it up until it's more fleshed out. If it is something that you can afford, then by all means go ahead and pick it up. And the devs are pretty straight up about that too, like, especially Harry. Harry will just straight up tell people, if you don't think this game's for you, then don't buy it, you don't have to. Like, it's kind of funny watching the way people react to it, because it's like, I think a lot of people when they, not so much when they say, oh, like, it's expensive, whatever, but when people complain about this or that game feature that they don't like, and one of the devs is just like, well, don't buy the game then, like, you don't have to. It kind of disarms them, like they were expecting the dev to grovel at their feet and be like, no, please buy our game, please, we'll do anything. It's like, no, maybe you're not the target of this game. Go, you know, that's fine, go be someone else's customer. No way. Oh shit. Okay, interesting. Oh, he's probably calling target because the target was getting hit, just not by me. As with our last Saber round 2. And we've got nothing to restock Saber-wise, it's all heat. This is an M1 OG, the original model, just an M1, no suffix. The T64 with 3BM32 will penetrate it frontally, anywhere, frontally out to about 1.5 kilometers. If it gets lucky with the angle on the turret cheeks, like hits flat on from this angle, it can pen it out to about 2.5. The hull, it can pen out to about 2.5, maybe 3 if it's lucky. So you've got a good fire control system, you've got decent thermals, slightly worse than the M60. You've got a good gun and excellent ammunition and really good mobility, but against Soviet ammunition, really good Soviet ammunition, you're actually kind of squishy. The M1 IP, which outwardly looks similar, it's just the turret's slightly longer because it's chonkier and it's got the bustle rack on the, or like the bustle basket on the back of it. That'll stand up to a T64 with 3BM32 out to about 1 kilometer frontally. So the Abrams is strong. It's really strong, but it's not a death note against anything it faces. It's not impervious. And because of, like, the M1 IP was rushed to service right around 84, 85 when this game is set. You can really see why, because the 3BM32 ammunition is brand new in Soviet service in 1985. And so you can see the design logic of, oh fuck, the M1 base model can't deal with this shit anymore, we need a stopgap. And so they just slapped some extra armor on the turret and said, fuck it, this is good enough, M1 improved protection, done. Because the M1 IP wasn't ready yet. Oh, sorry, not M1 IP, the M1A1 wasn't ready yet. The M1A1 wasn't ready for another year or so. They didn't start arriving in Europe till like 86, 87. 85, they were still being produced in the factories. They hadn't been deployed. Have you considered making vid content, going over tank designs? I'm going to be real with you, I don't really have the time or the attention span to make a serious effort at, like, content creation. I fucking hate the term anyway. I just stream because it's the lowest effort, easiest thing for me to do, where I can play games and talk shit. I am physically incapable of actually doing like proper long form videos with like editing and research and shit. I just don't have the time or the energy. There are other people who are better at that than me anyway. And it's like the time required. I've done this spiel on the channel before, but here's the anti-content creation pill for Twitch, YouTube, for anything. Anything where you're called a content creator, basically. Yeah, it might seem like easy money and oh, it's not a job. Like if you enjoy your job, you never work a day in your life. Shit, people are like, oh yeah, I love making videos. I'll make that my job on YouTube, and I'll never fucking work a day in my life. And then they find out that you may as well just start a fucking business. Like, you may as well just start a fucking store or something, because the workload's probably pretty similar, if not worse. Like, the amount of time and effort you sink into fucking content creation on a platform like YouTube, it's well beyond a full-time job. And the pay, unless you get super lucky, unless the algorithm blesses you, and your content happens not to be the kind of thing that scares advertisers away, it's fucking peanuts. Like, it might seem really good at first, but then you realize it's fucking peanuts, and you can't sustain that kind of workload over the course of fucking 10 years, let alone your entire life. It's not a coincidence that a lot of the, first and second generation, so to speak, of big YouTubers are all burning out and either quitting or severely cutting back on their release schedules. It's because it just fucking sucks. Like, it genuinely fucking sucks. YouTube sees a lot more fucking profit than you do. Like, the fucking the income split, the profit split is probably just about as predatory as if you're working as like a fucking, I don't know, line worker in a factory or something. It's fucked. It's like all the shittiest parts of a conventional fucking labor job, except with even more shitty parts added. Because now you're self-employed, running your own business, but also your business requires that you be doing shit like basically 24/7. It's fucked. Even if you end up hiring other people, well, now you've got to pay them. Now you've got to deal with all the formalities and legalities of having staff. So you are actually running a small business, and you still have a fucking massive workload because of your release schedule. So it's fucked. Like, yeah, like I said, there's other people that do it better than me. So I don't see the need to muscle in on their turf, especially now. Like, I don't even have time to stream anymore, let alone do that. I got an actual real job. It's kind of funny because, like, before I started streaming, I was very much of the get a real job kind of thing, where it's like, the mentality that streaming or YouTube shit's not a real job. You should get a real job where you produce something. Now, obviously, I'm very much still of the opinion that producing things is the only kind of economic activity that actually fucking matters, and everything else is just a scam of some form or other. If it doesn't produce a material thing you can hold in your hands, then it's just fucking make-believe. It's LARP. But, yeah, when I started streaming, I very quickly went off that, and I was like, no, actually, this is, like, especially if you actually put effort in, which I don't, I could see this being just as fucked as working at Macca's or working at like a fucking food processing plant or some shit ass fucking, you know, really miserable full-time plus kind of job that you know, they're essential work, but you get treated like shit. A really shitty one actually. Fucking processing plants and like was it packaging plants for different pharmaceuticals. I had a friend, well, I have a friend, he's still with us, but I have a friend who worked for a number of years in a packaging plant, drug plant, I guess. Well, I think they did the whole operation there, but anyway, he was in the packaging section for like all these really expensive fucking cancer treatment drugs that are basically just a cocktail of all the strongest painkillers known to man, and then a couple of things that are supposed to try and poison the tumor a bit and slow down its expansion. It's the kind of shit that they put you on when you know you're going to die, and it's just like, well, we can buy you a week, have fun. That'll be $100,000, thank you very much. And the stories he had from that job, it sounded like actual hell. I think I'd rather be in a tank on a battlefield than do that job, because at least I might have a chance of getting put out of my fucking misery. Yeah, it turned my opinion on those kinds of things around a lot. Now, I still think, like I said, that economic activity-wise, it's not a real job, so to speak, but it's a stressful job. It's a fucking... It can be a really draining job. It's a real job to the person that's doing it. It's just not a real job from the point of view of actual economic things that matter. So yeah. So the entire UK economy is make-believe because we're service-based? Yes. Yeah. Unironically, yes. Service-based economies are just fucking make-believe. Particularly ones that are very heavily dependent on things like real estate. Real estate is just it's just scams all the way down, and hopium. Startups, particularly tech startups, they're just scams with extra steps. It's just pulling money out of the ether and throwing it. It doesn't actually produce things. Like, this is the point. If you're not producing something, then what the fuck are you actually doing, right? I mean, yeah, you've got service economy in terms of like carers and bus drivers and things like essential workers, but service oriented economies are still very largely dependent on the other side of it, like the real estate, the fucking startups, the you know, all the big name fucking venture capital shit that draws the big dollars. That's not real economic activity. It involves a lot of money, and the money has to come from somewhere, but it doesn't actually fucking produce shit. And at the moment, in a certain part of the world, we're seeing what happens when you don't produce shit. You run yourself out of ammunition within a couple of months to a year, and then you can't fight a fucking war. Or, you know, if you're not producing shit and you're entirely reliant on cheap imports, what happens when the price of fucking grain goes up? What happens when suddenly the shipping lanes are being fucked with? What happens when there's a famine in, or not a famine, but like a blight in whatever country you're sourcing the majority of your food from, and they can't even supply their own population anymore, let alone yours? What happens when, because you've closed down your domestic processing capability for, say, I don't know, natural gas, you don't have any refineries left anymore, you export your own raw product and then import the completed product from someone else for a far higher price than it would have cost you to just keep a fucking refinery operating and do it all in-house. Like, it's just insane. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, so that's the, when I say it's not a real job, that's what I mean. Not like it's not I don't think it's easy, because it's not. I used to, but I now know it's very much not. But it's not producing anything. It's like, the longer I live and the more shit I see, the more materialism pilled I get. If you can't hold it in the palm of your hand, it may as well not fucking exist, because it doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. How many fucking Soviets were we fighting? A lot. A fucking lot. Okay, so there's our 2 Abrams. There's a 64. There's a pair of wrecked... sorry, those are Abrams. Those are dead 64s. There's our other 2 Abrams. That was my platoon. Or my section, rather. There. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Probably at least 20 or 25 vehicles. It's a fair amount. After action report will tell us actually. Yeah, 23 vehicles they lost, but that's probably including the 2 helicopters. So maybe not quite a battalion. It was more like a company's 9-ish. Yeah, about 2 or 3 companies worth. I think a battalion. Actually, no, that might be a battalion. I forget how many companies are in a fucking Soviet battalion. Dad told me to my face, my job is bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of that happens, but it is what it is. Some jobs are more bullshit than others. There's plenty of jobs that you know are viewed as real good, respectable jobs that are plenty bullshit. So they lost, oh sorry, we lost 5 crew and 3 vehicles. They lost 39 crew and 23 vehicles. It's not the worst. So the first shot of the engagement was actually our wingman, who got a quick round into this hind. So this is one of the situations where, you know, oh, well, it should have killed the hind. Well, really, should it? It didn't actually hit the crew. They may have been aware that something passed near the cockpit. It didn't go through it. Would have fucked up the gun, which isn't going to do anything anyway, because it's a 50 cal. And then it would have damaged the ATGM guidance equipment. Maybe. Maybe it hit next to it, but it may not have actually cut anything important off. And then it just went through. This one, straight through the troop compartment. Maybe it would have put a hole through the fuel tank. So, it just doesn't care. The armour is stored in the balls. That actually worked out pretty well for him. If you're not working with your hands, it's not a real job. Picking my words carefully here. You would be astonished the kinds of things that will fucking explode within 10 minutes if somebody is not sitting behind a keyboard. There are a lot of extremely important things, like beyond the capability of an average normie to process how important they are or what will happen if they stop working, that are entirely reliant on like a person or 2 people or 3 people, maybe 4, sitting behind keyboards. I could name examples, but I won't, because I'd probably get myself in trouble for doing it. That probably would have been enough to down him, because it hit his drive shaft through the tail rotor. It's a good hit. Straight through the wet rack, then through the carousel, then out the other side. 3. It's all base of 3. Well, yeah, but then you've got maybe extra vehicles for command or whatever, because well, it depends. Because, like, if you've got a battalion, you wouldn't have 12 T-64s, you'd have 13, because you'd have the battalion commander as well. Did a tiny fucky-wucky and affected, like, 100,000 people. Something that tangentially touches up against my job, if that does a fucky-wucky, that costs a couple of $100 million per hour. And will bring the entire national economy to a screeching fucking halt. So, yeah, like... We don't work with paper records and punch cards anymore. So it's kind of important to have people that sit behind a keyboard instead of, you know, doing something with their hands. That was probably an effective hit. It was an effective hit in that it busted his periscope, so he wouldn't be able to engage effectively with ATGMs after that happened. Assuming that part of the damage model's hooked up at the moment. But also, the pilot got hit in the leg. Oh, yeah, says it penetrated the leg, so the pilot probably would have been wounded enough for that to knock down the helicopter. It's a direct hit with a Mark 82 from probably the Phantom. That's how you kill a tank with a Mark 82. You direct hit it. Or you hit very, very, very close. Fuck, it's nearly midnight. After we go through the AAR of this, can I squeeze in one more mission? I probably shouldn't, because I should probably actually have some dinner. Clusters planned? Not sure. Some of the aircraft are visibly carrying them, but they haven't been hooked up as weapons yet. So some of the aircraft carry weapons that they're not 100% guaranteed to be implemented. It really depends on how difficult it is to implement them and how it affects gameplay. For example, I think I'm good to say this because I think this was brought up in one of the Q&As. Harry was talking about it. They haven't decided conclusively what to do with Mavericks yet, because, you know, Maverick gaming would be kind of unfun and shitty to be on the receiving end of. Have personally experienced that in DCS Combined Arms. Mavs are fucking miserable to deal with, so it's unclear whether the Mavs will be actually used against things on the battlefield, or whether they'll just be visual candy on aircraft doing flybys. The other thing is, though, clusters, if you're spaced properly, should not actually be that big of a concern. The default spacing of 25 meters, yeah, you'd probably be fucked. But if you're doing a proper, you know, close-ish to doctrine attack, deliberate attack, as the Soviets, your tanks are spaced like 50, 100 meters apart minimum, probably more. So that's going to somewhat reduce the effectiveness of clusters. Catch you later, Francois. I'll be heading to bed pretty soon as well, I think. Good to see you. Yeah, but the thing is, you can shoot it behind, and that will, you know, either kill it, or it'll make it wave off, or it'll fuck with its aim or something. And you can generally tell that you know, you can see the hind, so you can tell that there's a missile coming. You can react to it. A Phantom coming in and launching fucking Mavs at close to maximum range, you might not even see it, because you might not know where to look. And then, you know, what do? The missile's going to track you even if you move. Even once the Phantom's fucked off, like, the missile's going to keep tracking you. So it depends. I don't know. I guess we'll see. They're face-hugging the tanks? Yeah, and I don't know if they'll not face-hug the tanks, because getting the AI to fly in a sane method, or like in a sane manner, in this kind of terrain without crashing into each other, trees, the ground, and also while still being able to attack the enemy, is a more difficult thing than it sounds like. As the AI improves, it might get better, or they might change the way they behave. But for the time being, like you can see it with the ground vehicle AI. The AI have to be handheld, and everything's very closely scripted to get them to go where they're supposed to go and do what they're supposed to do. Because the AI just isn't quite where it needs to be yet, where they can take the reins off and let them do what they, let them have their own way. When that happens, yeah, maybe then it'll be an easier ask to implement the Hinds doing what they're expected to be doing, but until then, they're a lot less frustrating to deal with than a fucking Maverick fired from near max range would be. So range of the T-80B ATGM, 5 kilometers from memory. Is it 5? Maybe it's less. I think it's 5. It's a lot. But also bear in mind that line of sight, it's extremely rare to have a line of sight more than about 5 kilometers, even in the Fulda Gap. Well, even in the North German plain, let alone the Fulda Gap. Your lines of sight are seldom more than 3 kilometers. Quite often you're shooting at less than 2,000 meters. Like, a lot of the engagements in this game are fucking knife fights. They're sub 2,000 meters, some are sub 1,000. Phantom or A10 or whatever carrying Mavs, F-16 maybe, doesn't have to give a flying shit about line of sight because he can just fly higher and he can see you. Like, terrain obstacles don't matter to him. He can just approach from a different angle. Doesn't look like there's much shrubbery in the towns. Guessing it's a gameplay performance decision. I'm not sure. The towns aren't, like, that's not their final iteration, I don't think. I would imagine the buildings are going to get redone at some point, or at least upgraded, upbeat. The team, after they'd done a lot of the environment work, actually made a pilgrimage to the Fulda Gap, to a lot of the places in the game. They got really cool side-by-side photos of, like, some of, like, here's the starting position in Silver Dart, here's the valley that Bold Limit takes place across. Like, they got the actual comparison photos. They realized a couple of things. First of all, a lot of the houses are, like, because there's no Google Street View in these areas yet, or at least there wasn't when they were building the environments, they didn't actually realize that the a lot of the buildings they thought were single story are actually 2 or 3 story buildings. The whole area is a lot greener than they thought. Like, it already looks reasonably green, right? It's lush, like really lush green. But yeah, then probably a lot of the sort of grass and hedgerows and stuff will get built up as well. It's also worth mentioning that the environments in this game have been iterated on constantly and fairly significantly over the time it's been in development. So if I was to, you can even see it in some of my like Be Right Back screen slideshows. If I was to bring up a comparison between a screenshot from, I don't know, like 2021 or even 2022 and put it next to the game now, it looks dramatically different. The foliage is a lot more detailed. There's a lot more variety in the ground cover. The trees are a lot more like, there's more variety in the trees. So if we, that's the end of the after action report. If we go over here, like, yeah, there's probably going to be more detailed passes. There's also features that will be coming that haven't been implemented yet, like being able to bulldoze trees and shrubs and things, knocking down fences and walls. Probably to some greater or lesser degree, the buildings will have some amount of destructibility implemented. You know, they're probably going to have to redo the buildings anyway for when infantry come in, because they're going to have to figure out how to make the infantry garrison in them. Whether they just abstract that to the building gets a bunch of firing points from the windows, or whether it's actually they give them a basic interior, I don't know. But later did a study in the Fulda Gap in the 70s or so and found the average engagement distance was something like 800 meters. Yeah, it's not a lot. It's really not a lot. And then you've got weather factoring into it as well, and smoke and dust. Like, once rounds start flying, the amount of crap kicked up, even in the game, let alone in real life where it's even more intense, it just, you can't see very far. And then you've got fog and haze and weather conditions like that, which are quite common in the area, so I would expect the environments to get at least a couple more detail passes over the game's development, but especially the buildings, I think will probably get reworked at some point. It's midnight. When do I need to be up by? We can maybe do one more quick mission. Vehicle tracks running up in more dust. Yeah, there's just crap everywhere. Which one do I want to do? Savage Scream is really good, but it's also kind of a longer mission. Crossroads Screen. We could do Crossroads Screen. It's been a while since I've done it, and also the Bradleys are less stealthy now, so it's a lot harder. How did the F1 go? Not that well. I died to Sam's being an idiot twice. Once because I didn't even realise I'd overflown a depot or a factory or something. The other one because I got baited into an airfield. I thought I'd had another couple of kilometres before I got in range, and I didn't. And then I got shot down by... What was the other thing that shot me down? I don't remember. We did bag a couple of victims, but it was mostly like third-partying people. You know, which is typical in the F1. It's not very good as a dogfighter. F5? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, the F5 fucking shot out some of my bits and pieces. And then clapped me with a missile. Oh yeah, and I gunned a Huey. That was fun. I was pleased with that. I was really tempted to smack him with the torpedo, but I went for the guns. Last time I played this, we didn't have smoke, actually, so this might change things slightly. Well, they are still zigzagging a little. I don't think the tanks do that anymore, but the Bradley probably does. Oopsies. Those will be destructible too at some point. But the Bradley probably does, because the Bradley's steering is so sensitive when it's moving at high speed. So we need to go to battle position 15, deal with the screening force. The actual objective's in the town, but we just have to be close enough to it. Just edge up to the ridge line and then back off a little so I'm not skylined quite as badly. MiG-21. Spotted their reconnaissance here. No, the fixed-wing aircraft don't have any collision geometry yet, they're just for show and for fire support. Not sure whether that'll be implemented in the future or not. It's kind of a... not a super likely thing to be happening, to be honest. Really, bro? You're gonna use a tow on a fucking BRDM? Come on, man. Oh shit. Actually dangerous things. I see a tank too.
Gunner, missile, tank. Identified. Obstructed. Target lost. Gunner, Sabo, BC.
That'd probably snag a wire on a tree in real life, but not implemented yet.
Gunner, Sabo, BC. Identified. On the way. Target.
So we can get away with it.
Over. Re-engage. On the way. Over. Re-engage.
Oh, that was a bad noise. This feels like a bit more than a fucking reconnaissance screen. Why does it vibrate so much while it's turning? Oh, you mean like the... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It might just be the physics system. It's because the stabilizer's trying to keep the turret pointed the same way. So, I don't know, maybe the stab can't quite keep up or something. Gonna hold these guys here and manually drive them into their positions if I can do so without crashing into something. I should probably get them into cover before I start singling them out, but... Uh-oh. Drive around the back of this guy. We don't want to get caught in front of his gun when he starts firing at something.
Gunner, Sabo chopper. Steady.
Oh shit. They've already noticed us.
Identified. Fire. On the way. On the way. On the way. Over. Re-engage. On the way. Target. Re-engage. Target. Re-engage. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
He's losing power, losing altitude. We lost another Bradley, they would have ATGM'd him. Yeah, right there. I didn't move him into cover quickly enough, that was my bad. I should have pulled him down into the farm and then moved everyone from there individually. The line's still active from the sounds of it. Shit, there he is. Okay. He's going down. I think we got the pilot. Boom. The only thing is, from these positions, we don't have very good... oh shit, we're gonna get rolled. Okay, I'm gonna leave this Bradley here to cover this angle, except he needs to restock his ammo. I'm going to take this one out of this position because he's fucking blind. He can kind of cover that way, but... There's our little Kiowa buddy. Still don't have one in DCS, but we got one here. What we're going to do is we're going to scooch up the back of this tree line and pop out the other side. I didn't even notice there was a defensive position there. Should probably also restock this guy's AP. Because once BMPs start turning up in large numbers, we're going to want it. Park this fucking barn of a thing in the tree line. That's not a happy sound. You won't be able to see very much from this tree line. That's they're engaging the Kiowa. BMP 1's trying to engage the Kiowa. This isn't a very good position either. Although, we can kind of hug the terrain, I guess. So they're coming from over there. We're gonna send in some CAS in that general direction. We're not going to use smoke yet. We can see through that smoke with our thermals, but I'm just going to hold on to it until I really need it. Yeah, the artillery is pretty scary in this mission. It's dispersed over quite a wide area, but there's a lot of it. He wants to reload the second part of the belt. I'll let him do it. And we'll let the Air Force get some work done. That didn't sound good. In fact, it was not good. We just lost our other Bradley. We have a single one left. And they're pushing us. Fuck. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck, shit, fuck. I did not think this through very well. Isn't there one that got down that side, like down that flank? I don't know, push up a little. That's an ATGM. Pretty sure the tank saw me as well. This one. There'll be new hit effects for trees and buildings and shit, so they're not made of metal anymore, by the way.
The Dutch Dutchify Putin to Poetin. They must be stopped.
They must indeed. Cheers to the resub, Gilson. Good to see you. We're just doing the last mission of the stream, and we're getting our ass fucking kicked. Go for this one. No, I'll go for that one. He's an easier target at the moment. I say right as he drives for a fucking tree that would snag the wire in real life. Okay. Oh shit, he's on fucking reload as well. Come on, come on, come on. Where are these guys? far side of battle point. 15, we're out of... Oh, fuck my life. I'm gonna drop smoke just in front of me. The Ito Seeker, or like the Ito flare can see through smoke from memory, but the original TOW can't. Not that that's implemented yet.
Next target, gunner missile tank. Tagging. Target. Next target, gunner stable PC. Troop steady. On. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
I think he's out of action, but we'll just put a couple rounds in to make sure. The stadia in the Bradley's gun sight, by the way, is calibrated to the hull of a BMP. Not the whole thing, but the hull. I do not feel safe at all doing this. Someone's still alive somewhere. Also, our smoke did not at all go where I expected it to. Unless I... Did I call it? I thought I did. I'm also not sure what's going on with that smoke. So I don't think that's where I called mine. Yeah, not surprised. We fucked up. Couldn't see the road from where I was positioned, so they probably just came straight down that. We can go finish them off, but we failed the mission. Normally I'd replay it, but I'm not going to do that because I need to get something to eat and then go to bed. Oh, fuck, they're all the way down there. Why can't I see anything? Well, probably because they're all the way at the end of the fucking road. At least I think they are. Pretty sure I saw exhaust smoke over there. Can always have revenge, yeah. So when this mission first came out, the Bradley had a bit of an issue, which hadn't been noticed until then, where it was very hard to see for some reason. And so the Hinds would tend to just not see them if you park them anywhere near a tree line, let alone in it. That got rectified, and now the Hinds absolutely shit all over them if you're not careful, especially if you're really not careful like I wasn't on this run. But yeah, it is not an easy mission. Certainly not anymore. Did they get all the way through? Maybe not. Let's drive to the end of the road, see if we find anything.
Gunner, stable
Oh yeah, there it is.
Identified. Fire.
There are BMP ones. Well, BMP 1Ps.
On the way. Engage. Traverse right. Already. Target fire.
That's probably it, but we'll just roll down and see if there's any more. I think those might be the only vehicles I have left. Usually there's some BTRs in this mission that kind of roll up towards you as one of the sort of last groups of enemy that you tend to see, like the last groups that you tend to destroy before the mission ends, but didn't see them this time. Maybe the Phantom's got them. Alright, there's the end of the road. Off to Teletubby Land, over the hills and far away. Yeah, they do rocket runs. They're pretty fucking effective rocket runs too. So we lost 5 crew and 3 vehicles, which was our entire Bradley platoon except from the last one. The platoon commander was the last one to survive, I think. Oh shit! What happened? Who pressed
Still
button?
hearing the echoes of you midstream rant KEKW.
Cheers for that, Arthur. Appreciate it. Good way to close out the stream. But yeah, we knocked out 31 of that, well, killed 31 of that crew, and knocked out 19 vehicles. So we didn't succeed in the mission, but we took a reasonably heavy toll on them. We'll just stick to the player involved after action stuff, because otherwise there's going to be so many fucking hits from autocannons. So yeah, that was the hit that downed this hind, was we got him through one engine and the other. So turbine's out, that's going to send him to the ground. And this is the other one. It looks like we got the pilot, killed the pilot. The because of the way the after action report snapshots work, he was probably a couple feet further to his left when that hit. Fast moving objects at long range tend to be slightly out of position compared to, like, the hit isn't where it appears, because it says there hit pilot's torso, hit engine. So it went probably through, yeah, went through the gunner's leg. So this is probably the angle it came in through. So about 2 feet further to our left, the helicopter's right. The red text is the sort of final authority on what got hit when. The after action sort of X-ray views are just a visual aid. They're more reliable for the ground vehicles, but they're not always 100% on for, like, fast moving targets. Gun run on the hind would probably crash the game at the moment, because it's a 4-barrel Gatling gun firing 50 cal rounds. If you had a couple of hinds doing that all at once, it would do all sorts of unpleasant things. It's one of the problems that they've got to solve before things like, you know, MBERT can be implemented for the A10. And there was, you know, it also is kind of a discussion of whether it would even be worth doing, because realistically, like, a gun run is not going to kill a tank unless it gets extremely lucky, because the amount of fucking load that's going to put on the CPU is just not worth it. It's going to be an issue with the Shilka and the Vulcan and stuff too, though. So they'll probably figure it out if they haven't already. But yeah, like it's not something you want to just kind of implement willy-nilly. They also fire the funny double bullet round. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Shit. Yeah, that's not going to help. The rate of fire between like a 50 cal on an M113 or like an infantry squad firing a couple of M16s and a saw versus, you know, 2-3 Hinds blasting away with Yak Bs, the Yak Bs are going to be the biggest strain, I think. Especially if they're aiming towards the vehicles, because that's going to cause all sorts of extra bullshit. That guy was a Ghost Rider, he was just rolling down the hill with no crew inside. I'm curious what our fire support hit, but I don't want to turn the filters off and have to go through a gazillion different Bushmaster shots. Alright, that'll do us for tonight, I think. I will see if there's someone I can raid. Turned into a bit longer of a stream than I was anticipating. But you guys know me, that does tend to happen. I think I might just let you guys find your own way around. Yeah, I might let you guys find your own way around tonight, so I won't set up a raid, I'll just head off, I think. But thank you all very much for hanging out with me tonight. Thanks for all the subs, and thanks to Arthur for sending me some beer money. Appreciate it very much. I'll try and see if I can fit in a stream this time next week-ish. And we'll see about doing some ground attack stuff on Ligmas. Ideally on corpses, I want to have an excuse to do some more MiG-21 bombing, but failing that, I don't know, we'll do some MiG-21 and or Mirage maybe. Su-25 is a bit too easy mode, so yeah, have a good, well, I was going to say good night, but good whatever time of day it is for you guys. Stay safe, and I'll catch you on the next one. See you later.